Hey, can I just ask you guys, do you guys see like a little dot like right in my throat? Or is that just on my screen?
Oh, there's the little dot there.
Yeah, I tried to wipe it off my camera, but I can't make it go away. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, we are live streaming. You can begin when you're ready.
Okay, let's call to order the special council meeting study session of May 11th, 2021. Before we get started, I'd like to remind participants of some procedural items for this meeting. During the meeting, participants will remain muted when not speaking. If a council member or participant has a question or a comment, please use the raised hand feature. Speakers will be called upon to speak one at a time. The City Council meeting is being conducted utilizing teleconferencing and electronic means consistent with State of California Executive Order N-29-20 regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. Members of the public may provide audio public comment by connecting to the teleconference meeting online or by telephone and use the raised hand feature to request to speak, *9 on your telephone. Teleconference meeting details are available on the council agenda. Captions are available to viewers accessing this meeting via Zoom. Captions can be displayed or hidden using the live transcript button in Zoom. With that, City Clerk, may we please have roll call?
Mayor Klein.
Present.
Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Attending.
Councilmember Larson.
Present.
Councilmember Melton.
Present.
Councilmember Fong. Councilmember Cisneros.
Present.
Councilmember Dean. 5 present participating via teleconference.
Thank you. And I've heard, at least from Councilmember Dean, that he's feeling under the weather and will not be joining us tonight. So our single item tonight is item 21-0115, Board and Commission interviews. Is there a staff report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is night 2 of marathon interviews for board and commission seats. There are openings on all of the city's 10 boards and commissions. And tonight, the City Council is scheduled for 20 interviews of applicants for various boards and commissions, and Council is scheduled on May 25th to make appointments for each of these vacancies.
Okay. Are there any questions of staff? I don't see any. So since we remain in a virtual setting, I'll ask the public to use the virtual raised hand button or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that they wish to speak. The City Clerk will then ask you to unmute your microphone when it's your turn to address City Council. City Clerk, do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so Council will be interviewing 20 candidates this evening. So City Clerk, we're ready for our first candidate.
All right. Winnie Lamb has been promoted to panelist. So give us just a moment to get her video and audio started. Okay, Winnie looks ready for the interview.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. I'm
Hi, Winnie.
Nice to see everybody here.
Good to see you again. Let me take a moment to explain the process. Each council member will have an opportunity to speak and ask you a question. The interview is scheduled to last 15 minutes, so please keep that in mind when you're answering your questions. And we'll go through in order of seniority and kind of rotate after each, rotate that seniority based upon each interview process. So I get to interview you first in this process. So I just want to first thank you for your interest in joining this commission. And I was really impressed with your background. And definitely I want to thank you for adding art into our community. You know, I go by the corner of California and Sunnyvale all the time, just looking to see if that artwork has changed. So thank you very much for that. As far as art, and we have lots of pieces of art in our community. What is your favorite piece of art? And secondly, you talked a little bit about adding, art in specific areas like the Borregos Bridge. What other ideas do you have?
Absolutely. So to address your question, Mayor Klein, about my favorite pieces of art, there are many of them sprinkled throughout the city, and I'm excited about more pieces coming up still. There are pieces on El Camino Real, which I really appreciate. pretty close to where the new Dunkin' Donuts is. There are pieces in the plaza at Cherry Orchards, which are really colorful, these poles that I like as well. In terms of ideas that I have to make Sunnyvale even more artistic, there's the bridges idea that you just mentioned to beautify the bridges on Borregas Avenue, crossing Highway 101 and 237. In addition to that, I have pitched a very brief proposal at the last Arts Commission meeting in April about doing a Winter in the Park event that would be led by residents. And this was really inspired by the work that my fellow neighbors on Sunnyvale Avenue and also on McKinley Avenue have done during the holidays in the past year. And so we want to make it bigger. And I'm really delighted that I will be doing a more formal proposal at the Arts Commission meeting in June.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much. Next up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Hi, nice to meet you, and thank you for applying to the Arts Commission. So I just wanted to find out from you, if we put you on the Arts Commission, you know, in 12, 24, 36 months, what is success for you being on the Arts Commission? Not success of the commission, but what would success be for you?
For me, yes, many things. Number one, it would be to further the city of Sunnyvale's mission to deliver more public art to the community. There are a series of private development projects in the works, many of them. I'm excited that there is a master art plan that is in the works. And so that's the work that the commission would be doing, that the city would be doing. For me personally, I would love to see activities like the Winter in the Park that I just talked about briefly. I would also love to see more diverse art being brought to the community. We know that Sunnyvale is a very diverse and emerging community with many new groups joining the city. And so I would want to see our public art programs and the art that our residents are bringing forth to represent this evolving community.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Hi, Winnie. Nice to meet you over Zoom. And thank you for the art that you put out for the community to enjoy. I just happened to drive by your piece this afternoon, and it wasn't until I got home that I put two and two together and realized that, oh, that's yours. But it definitely brought a smile to my face. So thank you very much for that. I'm going to go kind of in the opposite direction of the mayor's question, ask you about your least favorite piece of public art in the city, a piece that you think maybe wasn't quite as successful or didn't come off perhaps the way that was intended.
Sure. Well, thank you for the question, Councilmember Larson, and for your kind words about my art. I do have opinions on art pieces that I don't like as much. I'll be very candid there. One piece that stands out in my mind is the one at the corner of Matilda and El Camino. It is this giant pyramid metal structure, which now has the huge tree that's been relocated newly to that spot. And the reason why I'm not a huge fan of that piece of art is that while there is a lot of meaning behind it, I think it's intended as a sundial, and there's some scientific signage behind it explaining the meaning behind the art. I personally feel like it is a lot of material and that it doesn't quite inspire me personally. It's not quite sure what it's really doing for the community. I mean, it's nice to have a sculpture there, but it's just not something that really speaks to me personally.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks. Next up is Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Klein. Hi, Winnie. I'm Russ. Nice to meet you. And I'm really impressed with your application. And I appreciate your initiative in attaching the appendix of your artwork to just provide a little more visuality to your application. I thought that was fantastic. And reading through your application, you mentioned what's motivating you to apply to the board and commission. And I was just wondering, can you give us some more words about where you're coming from and what's motivating you to apply?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Melton. I love art. As an artist myself, I would love to see more art being brought to the community. I'm excited that there is more and more activity in this space. as I mentioned briefly before, I'm really delighted to see the master plan for art coming along. And so I would love and be honored to be part of that process to bring it to life. Now that we have a plan, it's time for execution. And I know this is certainly not about me. I know some of the other council members have asked my personal opinion about the pieces that I like and dislike, but I certainly know that serving on the Arts Commission is not about me. It's about representing the interests and what our community wants to see. I have a vote of one. I've also been to the Arts Commission meetings and I've observed how the process works in terms of approval. It is the input from not only city staff, from council members, from arts commissioners, but also us representing what we feel like the community wants to see.
Excellent. Thank you so much for sharing with me.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Hello, Winnie. It's a pleasure to meet you. We're neighbors. I just live on Evelyn and Sunnyvale there, so I'm a really big fan of your work. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about, you mentioned in question 9 that private developments needs to factor in the interests of art into their work. And I wanted to get your thoughts just on how can our private partners further the mission of art in our community?
Absolutely. That's a great question. And nice to meet you too, neighbor. I know we've connected elsewhere on social media before, but
yeah,
it's alive. Yeah, so in terms of private development, there's certainly the requirement on their part to spend 2% of their budget on public art. And I recognize that there is a balance in interest that we have to maintain here. It is about who the real estate developers want to work with. They certainly have artists that they have good experiences with. It's ensuring that the art that they bring forth represents the type of art that we want to see as well, while also meeting all the requirements that the city has on what constitutes good art, that checks all the boxes in terms of durability, having a theme that doesn't offend anyone and things like that. I would love to have those types of close conversations between private developers and the community so that it is an interactive process and it's not just like, hey, private developer, here's a piece of art, we've completely vetted it, just give us a stamp of approval. And I want to see more of that type of interactive conversation.
That's great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that answer.
Okay, Winnie. So that's all of our questions. Definitely, I just want to thank you for applying, and thank you for your contribution to the arts here in Sunnyvale. A final decision will be made by council on May 25th, and the city clerk will contact you after that meeting to inform you of the final outcome. But I appreciate seeing you again and talking about art.
Yes, well, thank you very much. You guys have all asked really thoughtful questions, and I'm looking forward to attending the Hands on the Arts event next weekend as well, which is also a heavy involvement with the Arts Commission and the city. So thank you very much.
Thanks for contributing. Take care. Have a good evening. City Clerk, are we ready for our next candidate?
Yes, your next candidate has been promoted to being a panelist. Let's get their video and audio started. Okay, I think they're all set.
Hi, Casilda.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, so I'm Sunnyvale Mayor Larry Klein. Welcome. Let me take a minute to explain the process to you. Each council member will be given an opportunity to ask you a question, and this interview is scheduled for 15 minutes, so please keep that in mind when answering our questions. First up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Well, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us here for our discussion. Thank you for applying to the Arts Commission. And I'm just curious, if you get on the Arts Commission in 12, 24, whatever time period, what would you define as your success? What would make you feel that you've been successful on it? Not the Arts Commission itself, but where your feelings about what success is and what would drive your feeling of success.
Yeah, I think I understand the question. What I think personally, of course, having contributed in a meaningful way to the mission of of the city in terms of art will be the measure of success. I would love to see signs in the city as I walk around on where I have helped make decisions and where I have made an impact in the city. So as I picture myself, whatever, 5 or 10 years from now, that's what I would like to see.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. Thanks for replying.
Sure.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Yeah, thank you. Nice to meet you over Zoom. And I'm curious about your thoughts on your either least favorite piece of public art around the city, or one that maybe you think doesn't work as well as it could have. Maybe it was a good idea, but for some reason it just doesn't work there. What stands out for you?
I think art is always subject to interpretation, right? Your most favorite could be my least favorite, and vice versa. There is a collection of pieces in the city that many of them don't talk to me. These metal structures that kind of whirl around. There are many places in the city, in front of buildings and on El Camino Real. But then again, they're colorful, they're whimsical, and I'm sure they appeal to many people. So, I think we all need to appreciate there is a diversity of opinions, and there is many things, different things that make people happy when they encounter not just artwork, but music and plays and other forms of expression and art.
Great, thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Melton.
Hi, Casilda. I'm Russ, and it's really nice to meet you. Thank you so much for applying to the Arts Commission, Casilda.
Sure.
And I'd like to ask you a question about tennis. It's not about arts, but you put in your application that you're on the management team at Sunnyvale Tennis Club, and you're the treasurer and chair of the interclubs. Now, sometimes I hear in Sunnyvale, it's not easy to get a court, or sometimes in Sunnyvale, there's conflict between private instructors and people who want to use the tennis courts. What do you think about tennis in Sunnyvale, Casilda?
I think tennis in Sunnyvale is thriving. If there are people who find trouble finding courts, it's because everybody wants to play. Sometimes you need to be thoughtful and plan ahead when you're going to play and pick and choose or make reservations on a timely manner. I am not familiar with conflicts between instructors, so I really cannot comment on that. But among players, we all, I call it the tennis karma. We just work with each other, and I've never been in a conflict with another player and on the subject of sharing a court, or maybe using a court in the right timing.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing that information. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you. And next up is Councilmember Fong.
Hi, Casilda. Thank you so much for applying, and just wanted to see if you had happened to read or hear about the master plan for public art that the city just passed recently. If you had been to a workshop on that, or just even heard about it.
I have not. I saw that it was there, and I kind of, I figure, okay, I will dwell into that if I do get into the commission.
Yeah, no worries. It's a large document, so yeah, just if you have any feedback, happy to hear it. After looking at that, would be happy to hear. But thank you so much for applying, and looking forward to reading through everything that you've submitted.
Sure, thanks.
Thank you. Next up, Councilmember Cisneros.
Hello, it's great to meet you over Zoom, and thank you so much for applying. I noticed that you mentioned travel in your application and how you've learned about art all over the world. And I was curious as to how will that experience lend itself to supporting more diverse voices in our art programs and community in Sunnyvale?
Well, I think any experience that you have opens your eyes to what's possible, right? Both in terms of art and in terms of contact with people and in terms of work experiences and travel experiences. I'd, going I mean, seeing the masterpieces in Europe, for example, or the diversity of the artwork in Asia gives you an appreciation for how wide the spectrum is, and again, how the different experiences and different expressions, and not necessarily everything makes you happy, but you can feel joy on seeing how other people are feeling it and enjoying the different manifestations.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate your answer.
All right, Elisa.
Thank you. And I just have a quick question, actually, two quick questions. First, do you have a favorite piece of art here in Sunnyvale? And I see, definitely the obelisk in your background is one of my favorites from liking mosaics. And the other thing is, as far as, programs, you mentioned, you would like to see the city of Sunnyvale continue to sponsor opportunities for, arts and exhibits. Do you have specific things that you would like to see done here in Sunnyvale?
I like this one. I think is very whimsical, plus the contrast between the man-made and the palm trees in the background. I think is very cool. And there are many pieces in Sunnyvale that are really good. I forgot what yours.
That's fine. So as far as
what would I do, or
what programs would you like to see the city sponsor? Either arts or exhibits or
I think I have a preference for education and learning. So I think the more we know, the more we can appreciate everything in life, including arts. In addition to things that are already happening, which are great, I think we're really lucky in Sunnyvale that we have so many opportunities to see the art, to experience the art, and to practice it. I think I haven't seen too much involvement with academic institutions that are local, both universities, community colleges, and even our teachers in the high school and other educational organizations. So if one thing to explore for us is to bring more engagement with professional educators in the arts to increase and diversify the programs that we have in the art programs that we have in Sunnyvale.
Fantastic. So thank you for that. Casilda, I just want to thank you for your interest in the Art Commission. A final decision will be made by City Council on May 25th, and then the city clerk will contact you after that meeting to inform you the final outcome. So thank you for being with us this evening.
Thank you, and thank you all for your time and talking to me.
Great. Have a good evening.
Yes. Good.
City Clerk?
Mr. Mayor.
Yep, go ahead.
Yes, next applicant, Roland Yambao, is joining now as a panelist.
Hello.
Hi, Roland.
Hello there.
Hey, so I'm Sunnyvale Mayor Larry Klein. Let me give you a quick explanation of this process. So each council member will have an opportunity to ask you a question. And this interview is scheduled for 15 minutes, so please keep that in mind when answering the questions. And first up, we have Councilmember Larson.
Hi, Roland. I'm Gustav. Thank you very much for applying. and nice to meet you over Zoom. So I noticed in your application, you talked about patronage a couple times and moving towards a vision of patronage. Could you expand on that vision, say more about what you have in mind there?
Oh, yeah, certainly. When I think of art, especially today, I like to imagine more than just public installations, which I imagine is very valuable for the city. But to me, I also imagine that one way the city can have an impact in the art world would be to fund artists, not just for through their education, because I studied art myself in university, but also those who are producing art in multiple fields, including but not limited to film, entertainment, perhaps more traditional things like sculptures. I think that it's a great opportunity for the city to fund artists themselves in creating more works of art.
Okay, and given that city finances are often tight, do you have any thoughts on how we would come up with the funds for that?
Now, I know local governments, budgets would be tight and taxes tend to be a remarkably unpopular policy. But I do sometimes wonder if there are certain excesses in other departments, if need be, that one can trim off small amounts, which would be utilized for a grant for an artist, or perhaps, if need be, you can involve the rest of the community to see if they can be interested in donating to any kind of project like this.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Melton.
Hi, Roland. I'm Russ, and it's nice to meet you over Zoom. Thank you so much for applying to the Arts Commission. And I was listening intently during your previous answer about budget and how things could be made to work. So thank you for your creative thought process. And I wanted to circle back to even just a higher level, Roland. Can you just give us some words about what's motivating you to apply to the Arts Commission? Give us some sense of your background and what's leading to this point.
I studied art in the University of California, Santa Cruz. I wanted to enter the video game industry as a 3D character artist. And when I think of art in our modern world, I think of all the different people who are struggling to find jobs or trying to enter into these entertainment industries, which seem to be, when you think of the art that people consume most of nowadays, it's always the things in their screen, what they play, what they watch. To me, that's the art of the 21st century. I wanted to be part of that. And my motivation for joining the Art Commission is the realization that, if this is an arts commission and these modern arts of entertainment is part of art, and I figured that perhaps it's possible that if I were to join this body, I could influence the city's decision-making in regards to what kind of art it could support, more than just the traditional sculptures and installations, and perhaps something that might be more available in people's minds, in their screens across the whole country.
Right on. Thank you very much, Roland.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Hi, Roland, and thank you so much for applying. And I really like the dialogue we're having here. And I don't really have a question, but I do want to respond, which is to the first point that you mentioned of can cities actually use innovative ways to fund art? The answer is yes. A lot of cities are already doing that. Some cities, they mainly use an art fee, or they try to encourage a developer to build on site when there's a development. And they also try to pool funds from grants and et cetera to be able to provide art or invite spaces, provide the land for private use. But to your question, the city of San Jose actually has in their environmental services department budget a carve out for art for specific environmental educational programs to educate people how to recycle, how to reuse, et cetera. And it's debatable whether that's effective or not, but that's the kind of policy that comes out of these discussions. So commissioners, they not only decide what public arts come through, but they also decide what policies affect the way in which art or artists are supported in the city. And so that I would say you're in the right place of applying if that's your goal. And I want to say that my roommate above me is a 3D artist, and she's told me about the controversies in gaming and programming and perhaps the wage and labor issues there. So that's another policy that could be addressed for supporting artists. But that's the dialogue. I'm happy to have it outside of this space. If you want to email me, I really like your answer to the first question. So thank you so much for applying.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Hello, Roland. Thank you so much for applying, and it's a pleasure to meet you. I noticed here, and you talked a little bit about your background in video game 3D design and your desire to incorporate visual media like TV and video game design and more visual media that is digital through the arts program. And I was wondering if you have any ideas about how we would go about doing that. It's not currently within, super common within our arts programs. And I was wondering if you had any thoughts about the programmatic work that would need to go into doing that.
You know how we have lots of public art of installations? I use a program called ZBrush, which is used for 3D sculpting. And many ZBrush artists can make very, very good sculptures. And I can imagine that one example for public installation that utilizes the digital art would be to display using a projector an image of very well-made 3D sculptors onto perhaps the side of a building or perhaps to a screen. So it's a form of digital but live public art. That's an example.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. That's really interesting. I appreciate it.
Roland, and I'll just kind of continue on that process. I have seen, similar 3D renderings and what I'll say is 3D sculpture on storefront windows and things of that nature. I do think that that's a great idea. And definitely as they're looking at the new City Line project, there's talk of, that presentation. As far as kind of existing art that you see in our community, and I know it's, you're not as interested in kind of the sculptures that we have around the city. Do you have a favorite or a least favorite?
The one titled Untitled, which is a lot of them by David Franklin. I really do like the undulating violet waves.
Yeah. And then something that you don't like, a type of art that you don't like?
Forgot what it was called, but in one particular area where there's a lot of restaurants, there was a very abstract sculpture of like a spoon.
Oh,
that
yes.
one. Forgot what it was called, but not really my most favorite.
Yeah, I totally, I know where you're talking about, right at Sunnyvale and El Camino. Yes, and I think definitely art is a very personal sort of thing. But I do think that trying to reach the different people's opinions and different people's feelings, I think it reflects your community in a large way. As far as kind of dealing with the digital divide of programs, do you have and I commend you for using your art and doing what you love. Do you have any suggestions as far as how you would bring like children and bring that to children in our community, or do you have classes as far as that's concerned?
Yes. There is a 3D modeling program called Blender. It's free and it has no cost. One way you can give it to the children is to essentially perhaps teach them the very basics of how it works. I took a class on Blender in university, and I was told the reason why other forms of 3D modeling software were not utilized, especially in the past, was because they were very expensive. Well, Blender is free and has been updated to have a variety of more features nowadays, including but not limited to 3D sculpting.
Oh, that's fantastic. So yeah, so through a program through the library or something similar would be good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Hello. Thanks for applying to the Arts Commission. I was just curious, if you get on the Arts Commission in 12 or 24 months, what would be your personal definition of success, or what would you like to have hoped to have achieved as success? Not the Art Commission itself, but your personal view. What would be driving that kind of success criteria on your side?
For me, it's quite open-ended. since my thought processes when it comes to how I fight for success and other parts of my life, it's all about the process of how far I go through things. To me, perhaps if I were to, let's say, convince the Arts Commission to go for one of my ideas, just we just previously mentioned, Blender to the live in the Sunnyvale in public library to perhaps teach more young children, that can be a success for me. But yet then after I succeed once, I keep on going and going every single time. That's of course how I improve my own works of art. So very open-ended, anything from the smallest of actions can be a success to the largest ones.
Okay, cool. I would just go ahead and say that, if there's a lot of people applying for only a couple spots on the Arts Commission, and you have a lot of passion and stuff, that these ideas you've got, feel free to take, if for some reason you don't get on the Arts Commission, feel free to take those and bring those as community input to the Art Commission, because that'd be another way to possibly being able to try and get some of your ideas to move forward, if, depending on how the votes go out. So, but I just wanted to share that. But thanks very much for your passion, ideas, and for applying.
Thank you.
Okay, Roland, that was the last question. So I just want to thank you for applying, for your interest in the Art Commission. A final decision will be made at the City Council meeting on May 25th, and then the city clerk will contact you after that meeting to tell you the final outcome. So thank you for joining us tonight and going through the process.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Good day.
Yeah. City clerk, are we ready?
So I'm not seeing our next interviewee on. I do see two individuals that might just be members of the public, but they may be our applicant under a different name. So give me just a quick moment to check in with them and also let them know that this is not a regular council meeting. So there are going to be no other items on tonight's agenda and that the public comment period has already passed.
Okay, thank you.
So we have a member of the public named Jonathan. We're looking for Ronald Kundich, who's our next interviewee. The individual who joined under the name Jonathan, by any chance, are you Ronald?
I'm sorry, that's not me, but I'm enjoying the interviews.
Okay.
Fascinating.
Thank you. And then we have someone who joined under the name Susan Silver. Susan, by any chance, are you actually Ronald? So I'm not getting a response. So we do have the next applicant, which is the person who would be next after Ronald. Richard Walrod has joined. Mayor, if it's okay with you, we'll promote Richard in, and then while you guys are interviewing Richard, I'll try and get a hold of Ronald.
Sounds good.
Okay, Richard, and thank you for joining us early.
Hello, Richard.
Yes, good evening.
Can you turn on your video if you can? If not,
yes,
okay.
I believe that would be it. My goodness, it looks like it's working.
There we go.
There you go. Thank you very much. I apologize.
Not a problem. So welcome, Richard, and thanks for joining us early.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'll take a moment to explain the process. Each council member will have an opportunity to speak and ask you a question. And this interview is scheduled for about 15 minutes, so please keep that in mind when answering those questions. And first up, we have Councilmember Melton.
Hi, Richard. I'm Russ. It's nice to meet you over Zoom, and thank you so much for applying to the Arts Commission and also for jumping into the fire 15 minutes sooner than maybe you thought you were. So there's a little surprise there for you. And can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your interest in serving on the Arts Commission?
Thank you so much. I'm honored to be here this evening. Talking to you from beautiful Miami, Florida. I've been in a photographer's workshop doing some underwater photography. Very honored to be considered for this position. I'm a second generation Sunnyvale resident, an avid artist, member of the Ocean Artists Society. Of course, have many interests, whether it be woodworking, ceramics, jewelry, just very, very diverse. I'm been with the same employer for 24 years, and would be honored to be considered part of the Arts Commission for our beautiful city of Sunnyvale.
That is great, Richard, and thank you for checking in from Florida. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Hey, Richard, I wish we could switch places right now, but I really appreciate you joining us tonight. And I just wanted to see if you had attended or watched a previous Arts Commission meeting or gone through the agendas of the commission, or just any involvement that you've seen out of the city related to art that interests you.
Yes, and thank you for asking. I have watched one. And the criteria was a little different, but I did get to watch one. Of course, my interest all the way from the sculptures at the theater, which my daughter did a production at, of course, and just downtown Murphy Street. Some of the art downtown, of course, brings in many locals, of course, but I love to see other people from different communities coming to our beautiful city to admire some of our amazing sculptures throughout our city. But yes, I have seen one of the meetings online, and have been to a few city council meetings as well. And like I said, just very honored to be even considered for the position.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much for applying. And I was curious because it's very evident that you have a passion for photography, given your application and awards that you've won and experience that you have taking classes around the world. How would you incorporate photography into our city arts programs? Do you have any ideas around that?
Yes, I do. And thank you for asking. To bring in our community, whether it be the younger people, which are truly our link to the future, and of course, some of the older residents, of course. But photography is an amazing way to bring art even to our libraries, to our city hall, which is under amazing amount of construction right now. But bringing my photography or all photography from our city and our Murphy Street, and of course, not to mention our art, our history within our community, which is very diverse and an amazing amount of history. I would love to bring some of the images from our sculptures and help maybe entice different people in our community and the outskirts community to be able to see some of that artwork. I think we can do more in an outreach. The more we show our beautiful community to other groups, whether it be through the library or through our city hall, I think all of that is a tremendous win for our community.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that answer. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And Richard, so I have a few questions, but first, from a photography standpoint, and what subject, and I know you're taking an oceanography class now, but what subjects do you like to focus on? You know, is it like street scenes or nature, animals? You know, there's people. So just to kind of get what your artistic bent is at the end of the day for as a photographer, what do you prefer?
Thank you for asking. I'm very diverse in that I truly enjoy doing a lot of underwater photography, of course, but I love the the living streets, if you will. Our community, our downtown, and like I've mentioned before, of course, our Murphy Street, which has so much history. I remember being a young boy with my sister going downtown, and that area has so much, so many different qualities, whether it be the restaurants, of course, and even the nightlife and the music, of course. And then for me, I love the streets being alive, whether it be in the during the day, whether it be in the early evenings. I think it brings so much togetherness with our community. Of course, with the music in the park, some of my pictures from that area and different bands playing and the dancing, and I think it truly adds to our community, and it makes a wonderful just an opportunity for all of our community come out and on the beautiful summer evenings, of course, post-COVID, of course, but I love seeing that the streets being alive with many different, of course, nationalities and age groups, and it truly shows the diversity of our beautiful city.
That's fantastic. And just wondering, so have you ever contributed to any of our yearly photo contests programs?
Yes, I have. And a little disappointed that a few of my images were not chosen, but truly didn't stop me from trying. And some of the work was just amazing. And I love seeing those images showing our beautiful city and what we have to offer. And I think that is just amazing. And of course, seeing some of the big tech companies all the way down to the little yogurt shop, it's wonderful seeing all of the diversity, even within the people or within the companies or even within the corporations in our city. And I think even on such a grassroots level, that's how we buy police cars and new fire trucks and all of those things. I think you can't just single out one thing. I think it's so important to have that whole community.
Great. Thank you for that. And next up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Hello, Richard. Nice to meet you. Thank you for applying to the Arts Commission. So just to try and understand, your thought process a little bit, could you tell me about, in 12 or 24 months, if you're on the Arts Commission, what would success look like for you? Not success of the Art Commission, but success of your participation on the Arts Commission.
Very nice to talk to you, and thank you. Great question, by the way. I think for myself, my humble opinion, opening up the eyes of our community to our art, our diverse group of people, our group of residents, of course, and spreading the word, if you will. I know that's somewhat vague, but at least opening the eyes of our community to the incredible art, whether it be the sculptures, even our theater, which is amazing. And I'm somewhat partial. My daughter did one of the productions and was very proud of her. And of course, now she's at Hofstra University, so I feel a little old all of a sudden. But seeing the young kids within our theaters interacting with some of our seasoned veterans, all of this in conjunction brings so much to our city. It shows, of course, the young people and some of our art programs that we do have at this point, all the way from our theaters to our sculptures to our people. I think it showcases this amazing community that we have that I am so proud to be part of.
Well, great. Thanks for your answer, and never apologize for those proud dad moments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Hi, really nice to meet you over Zoom and have conversations with you this evening. So I was wondering about what you think is a piece of art in the city, a public art sculpture that's not as successful as you think it might be. And I realize it's subjective, but it's always helpful to hear, if someone thinks maybe it's in the wrong context or there's some reason why it just doesn't work for you.
Wow, that's an amazing question. Excuse me. My goodness. Wow, I think it all works. I think how we publicize it or how we advertise it, if you will, for our city. Gosh, whether it be the sculpture, the theater, which I'm truly partial to, but even from a smaller level, our sculptures of the vegetables and fruit on Murphy Street toward our circle, which ties links to our past with Libby. I know as a young man, as second generation Sunnyvale resident, riding our bikes down by the railroad tracks and watching the Libby plant, which was, of course, gosh, it seemed like a few decades ago, was so an intricate part of our community. And of course, many jobs and so on. But seeing that link with even just the vegetables, small sculptures downtown, I think it all works. To say that one doesn't work, I think maybe it would be partly our fault for not giving it the recognition that it deserves. Because I think all art is beautiful. Of course, some art affects people in different ways, of course. But for me, I think it all works. There is nothing bad or lacking in any of our art. I think we could do a better job promoting it, if you will.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And Richard, I just want to thank you for applying to the Art Commission. A final decision will be made on May 25th, and the city clerk will then contact you after that meeting to inform you of that outcome. So thanks for joining us all the way from Florida, and have a good evening.
And I do apologize. I've got a little sunburn. We did 2 dives yesterday, and we're doing 2 dives tomorrow in Key Largo. But I want to say I'm very honored to be even considered for this position. My expertise and my love for art, of course, I hope would allow me to open some eyes and get more recognition for that. But I'm just so honored to be even considered. And I wanted to thank every one of you for this opportunity. And I'm truly humbled. And I wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Have a good evening. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, we have Ron Kundich has joined, and let me get him promoted to the panelist role. Okay, looks like we have Ron has his video and audio ready to go.
Hi, Ron.
Hi, how are you?
Good. I'm Sunnyvale Mayor Larry Klein, and thanks for applying to the BPAC and the Parks and Rec Commission.
Yeah.
Let me take a moment to explain the process. Each council member will have an opportunity to ask you a question, and this interview is scheduled for about 15 minutes. So keep that in mind when answering those questions. And first up, we have Councilmember Fong.
Hi, Ron. Thank you for joining us. Just wanted to see kind of what your understanding of being a commissioner is in relation to the council and what the relationship between a commission and a council is. If you happen to go through any of the agendas for Parks and Rec or BPAC, or the Bicycle Commission, and notice anything else also that was of interest to you. So the 2 questions is, what is the role of a commissioner in relation to the council, and what is an item that you might have seen that is of interest to you?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I'm going to be totally honest. This is my first time volunteering for much of anything. I'm a resident of Sunnyvale for the past 45 years. We moved here when I was 5. And a proud resident, raised 2 kids here. And this is new to me. So I kind of at a point in my life where I want to give something back. I've given a lot in my life. I've coached a lot of young kids through soccer, basketball, baseball, and done a lot of that, and want to give more to the city that I love living in. The honest answer is I have not had time to go poke around the website. Apologies for that. I'm not going to pretend that I did. So you'll see right through me. So I did have an issue on the personal side a few weeks back. I had a family member pass away unexpectedly, and that's not an excuse, but it did derail things for a couple of weeks. So that's who I am and why I'm here. And I apologize, I don't have a good answer for you.
No worries, and I'm sorry for your loss, but I appreciate your honesty. So thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Hello and good evening. Thank you so much for applying, and it's a pleasure to meet you over Zoom. You mentioned that you also applied for BPAC, and I just wanted to get a sense of why did you check that box and what makes you passionate about what BPAC does?
Yeah, I'm passionate about both commissions. It's, Parks and Rec, I think I alluded to it a little bit earlier. I think, having a clear, coherent strategy and process, if you will, for managing that part of the city is critical. I've appreciated it throughout, the last 20 some odd years. As I said, I've utilized the resources as a volunteer coach. And that caught my attention as I, again, looked into the city for areas where maybe I could add some value. And then on the BPAC commission, BPAC, it's just a personal passion. I spend time staying physically active. I'm a cyclist. I'm a pedestrian. I walk and run and utilize the city's infrastructure to do so. And I just think it's, I'm hoping I could add some value there as just an active participant in the city that cares about the issues that may come up.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I appreciate that answer.
Okay.
Thank you. And, thanks for wanting to give back to the community. As far as, you're an avid runner and cyclist, what bike infrastructure improvements would you like to see in our city? And just wondering, have you seen our ATP? And so that's kind of our active transportation plan was just approved last year. So not sure if you'd seen that.
No, I'll answer the second question first. I have not seen it yet. I'm always interested in just, safety, obviously. There's a lot of, and I don't know if the plan that you mentioned takes this into account, but there's a lot of activity on El Camino Real. There's a lot of, ideas and infrastructure and construction planning going on. There always will be, probably. There always has been, as long as I've been a resident of the city, which is fine. So safety is number one. Access, Baylands is great. Getting out that way and utilizing, the trails that have been built and connected with the other, cities and counties, if you will, up and down the peninsula. I mean, there's a lot of work has been put into this over the last 20 years, right? And I'd just like to, do my part and, be an advocate and a participant. But
no, that's fantastic. Thank you. Next up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Oh, Ron, great to meet you. Thanks for applying for these positions. Thanks for wanting to be engaged. If you get onto either one of these advisory groups in 12 or 24 months, for you personally, what would success be like of being on these? Not success of the board or commission, but success for you and your participation.
My personal success, if you will.
Yeah. I mean, just how would you, what are you going to be evaluating that on?
Yeah. That's a great question. I would say, 12, 24 months out, I want to look back and say that, I've entered into, the city life, if you will, the volunteering aspect of what it is to volunteer for the city of Sunnyvale. Like I said, this is new to me. I want to learn, add value, of course, as I learn. In 12, 24 months from now, I'm hoping that I'm in a position to maybe take a step further along. Right? I don't view this as like personally, I don't view this as a one and done kind of thing. Getting appointed to a commission and then going like this and saying, "Yay, that's great." I'd like to enter into volunteerism with the city on a commission and then see where that takes me. And I'm hoping it takes me to other things. I've been conducting business in Silicon Valley for my entire career. I feel like there's a lot that I can learn about city politics and city, how the city works, and maybe I can add value elsewhere as time goes on.
No, that's great. And, be careful that first toe you put in the pool, because you could ask any of us all started with some small step we made, and it kept growing and grew. So best wishes and good luck however it turns out. Thank you.
Oh, thanks for the advice.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Hi, thank you for applying and thank you for joining us tonight.
Yes,
So I wanted to focus on the BPAC, and of course the BPAC is both bicycle and pedestrian. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the pedestrian side. As an avid runner, walker, you've used our pedestrian facilities in the city. What has been your experience? What do we do well for pedestrians, and that maybe we could do more of, or what could we improve?
Yeah, that's a tricky question. Appreciate it. It makes me think. It's, I haven't run into any aha moment where I've been out, engaged and come back and said, gosh, the city needs to fix this. In that particular vein, it's, I guess one thing, and I think the city has done this, but, more clearly, articulating to the community what is available in those realms. I probably get mail here once a year, and there's probably something in there that tells me, hey, check out what the city has to offer. I get the monthly or the quarterly newsletter, right? And I'm sure there's articles and stuff in there. But maybe there could be improvement with that. Maybe there could be even more outreach. I hope as part of, if I'm lucky enough to get on either of these commissions, a goal is to get even more people actively involved and out of their houses and out into Mother Nature, right? And, exercising. It's very important to me. It's a passion I haven't talked about, but, getting people engaged physically will just lead to a healthier community. So maybe there even more outreach from the city to encourage that behavior. I don't know what that might entail, but those are some thoughts there.
Okay, yeah, and the fact that you haven't really noticed any problems, it has not gotten in your way, it hasn't hindered you, even that is just good feedback.
Good,
thank you.
Sure.
And next up is Councilmember Melton.
Hey, Ron, I'm Russ. Really nice to meet you. And thank you for your application to serve on the 2 commissions. And I want to applaud your willingness to endeavor into city service and giving back to the community and taking this step. Regardless, Ron, of how all of this works out, I would like you to consider a program. It's through an independent organization called Leadership Sunnyvale.
Okay.
Sort of a master's class, Ron, on how all the knobs and levers turn and who does what and what all the processes are. The city of Sunnyvale provides some light funding to Leadership Sunnyvale, but they're an independent program, and I encourage you to look into this as you begin your voyage in all of this.
Thank you.
I have an observation, which is there are a lot of processes in municipal government because we have to get everybody involved and an ability to speak up before we make big changes. And I notice in your application, you say I believe in today, not tomorrow mindset, which I love. And you talk about the need to have go-getters on commissions. And sometimes in municipal life, things take a while to come to fruition. So a successful commissioner has to have the traits that you bring, but also a healthy dose of patience while the process unfolds.
Yeah.
So thank you for listening. And now let me ask you a question, which is just sort of a citywide question.
Yeah.
If you would think about the biggest thing you would want the city of Sunnyvale to tackle, whether it's crime, traffic, garbage collection, just any thorns in your paw that you would want to take this opportunity to share with the council.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. I'm not sure this is a city. Gosh, I live out here. I live near the Cupertino. I think I'm in your district, right? You know, Cupertino.
I know. Yep.
The Cupertino border near Homestead and Wolf. And lately, within the last few years, homelessness has been creeping very close to this border here. Technically, I think it's more on the Cupertino side, but near the Apple campus, Wolf Road, there is encampments. I guess answering an earlier question, what got in my way from exercise and running, and what would I have improved? That was a problem because I tend to sometimes veer out of the city of Sunnyvale, God forbid, and run around the Apple campus. And I had literally had to stop using Wolf Road to come home because I couldn't handle. I just couldn't get by. Honestly, they were in the middle of the sidewalks, and it was dangerous. And I feel horribly for the situation that this, state, country, everyone's in with homelessness. And I'm guessing homelessness is a problem elsewhere within the city bounds, and you're grappling with it every day. So to me, if we all look back 5 years from now and we've fixed some things in that regard, to me that's a win for all of us. So. That's a number one issue for me, for sure.
Excellent, Ron. You are in my district, District 4, Southeast Sunnyvale. Feel free to reach out to me anytime. I'd love to keep chatting, Ron. Thank you for tonight.
All right, appreciate that. Thanks, guys.
Okay, Ron, I just want to thank you for applying and going through this process. A final decision will be made by City Council on May 25th, and then the city clerk will contact you after that meeting to inform you of the final outcome. So thank you for being here and going through this process and wanting to give back to our community.
All right. I really appreciate the time. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. Bye.
Bye. City Clerk.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, your next applicant, Lucy Ramos, is being promoted to panelist. And Lucy, once we can get there's your video. If we can get your microphone active, you'll be all set.
Okay.
Hi, Lucy. Hi, Lucy. I'm Sunnyvale Mayor Larry Klein.
Hi, Larry.
Good to see you. Let me take a moment to explain our process today. Each council member will have an opportunity to ask you a question, and the interview is scheduled for about 15 minutes, so please keep that in mind when answering. And first up, we have Councilmember Cisneros.
Okay.
Hello there, and thank you so much for applying. It's a pleasure to meet you this evening. And my question is around question 9. You talked about some questions that came up for you when you attended the commission meeting that, how does diversity play a role? And I wanted to get a sense of what are some of your ideas to improve diversity in public art?
So I have not been too involved with any of the Sunnyvale commissions or the government because I was working full-time in tech up until a couple of years ago, and I am a starting artist. So I have realized over the course of the COVID shelter in place that I really do find passion in my art, and I have now attended one arts commission meeting, and we were talking about the string thing, which I believe is next Saturday. And I just, I understand that that's a way to encourage young people to be artistic, even though it's drive-through event and yes, COVID limitations. But I just feel like maybe we haven't mined the, I'll call it the bridge between art and craft in Sunnyvale. So I've joined a couple of the Nextdoor groups and some Facebook groups. And there are a lot of artsy, crafty people in Sunnyvale that are, I'll call it ethnically diverse. And I think if we can highlight some of that, we might encourage more artistic participation from the community. So I know we have public art, they're huge, expensive, beautiful, but I just feel like we need to bridge between the art and the craft.
Wonderful, and thank you. And I'm one of those artsy craftsy people of color in Sunnyvale, so I appreciate your answer and your dedication to inclusion. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. And I appreciate, your application, focusing on diversity, and you talked about publish and experience an art in Sunnyvale concept and getting people, more involved in a guide to our art. So I do think that that's fantastic. So one of our programs that council, have you had a chance to take a look at our art master plan yet?
I haven't looked at the art master plan, but I did find the, I'll call them the tours that are published that you can go visit the art pieces. And I thought that was clever, but I don't know how many people actually take advantage of that kind of thing, because I feel like the art is very spread out, which is another thing that's kind of bothering me, but I don't know how to fix that because these things are huge.
So yeah, if you get a chance, I think on that same page, and that website only went live in about the last 6 months. So definitely it's still under construction to some degree, and to kind of basically map out all the public art and private art that we have here in Sunnyvale. But the art master plan is exactly one of the things that, when council approved that art master plan, we also approved a utility box program. And so similar to what you're saying is getting more people involved in the art and designing, art to go on the utility boxes spread throughout the city. That's one of the things that council decided to fund. So, from your background, and you talked a little bit about, your experience with art, I'd definitely like to hear what art interests you, what kind of, either is it painting, is it photography, what art interests you, sculpture, if you have a particular preference.
So I am a fused glass artist, which
that's right.
is a little bit hard to,
yes,
I'll say, make public because it can break. But the idea of, if we're talking about the paintings or small murals on the utility boxes, I've seen those in San Jose and other places, and I think that's a great idea. The other thing is, it just, as you were talking through that, a lot of chain link fences, we got a lot of fences, a lot of construction. And I've noticed that other cities have done a pretty good job of decorating the fences better than we have. So there's an opportunity there. I'm not really a painter or a drawer, but I'm sure that if we got kids or people that are more artistic than I, that we could do things with those, because there's a lot of canvases there. Fused glass wise, I make jewelry, I make some bigger pieces, but it's more of an indoor thing. So I can't, I've played around a little bit with mixed media, paint and other things, but it doesn't grab me like the glass does.
That's right. And that's fine. Yeah, I did remember, that's right. You talking about fused glass and the San Jose group that I think we have some common friends at. So definitely, I would like to see, all types of art. I'm a big proponent for arts in our communities, and fused art is fine in store windows and other. There's tons of places for that to actually be in our community. Besides, and have people see it. So thank you for that.
And you can do mosaic with it too. I know there's a lot of mosaic pieces. So sorry to interrupt.
No, not a problem. Next up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Hello, nice to meet you. Thank you for applying to the Arts Commission. I wanted to, different angle. if we look out 12, 24 months and you're on the Arts Commission, how would you evaluate your success? What would you be looking at and how would you kind of be defining your success criteria, not of the Art Commission itself, but of your participation in it?
So I believe that my part of my job, since I'm also involved in the community, Sunnyvale Community Services Auxiliary, and we have crafters that do things there. And we had a pop-up sale on, I believe it was last Sunday. Very, very successful. Apparently we set a record for fundraising in 4 hours, which I'm really proud of because it was so easy to set up versus our usual yearly craft sale, which I don't know if you've attended it, but it can be quite complicated to set up, a lot of drama and things. So I think that if we can show, if I would feel successful, if we can show some bridges between, as I said before, crafting and art, and get more interaction in the community of the crafters and the art to encourage people that have, some of the crafty things are low cost of entry. And so it is how I got started. Fused glass, I took a class and little did I know how expensive it would get, but it's one of those things. Painting is probably less expensive, does take some space. But I think if my personal success would be if I feel like I've built the community of people that are excited, embracing art, and not just looking at the 23andMe building. Every time I drive by it, I say, wow, that's amazing. It's a beautiful building, beautiful piece of art. But it's just not something that I would look at as probably a 10-year-old and say, oh, I want to make that. It doesn't resonate for me with a youngster or someone with a limited means that wants to get into art. So that would be my feeling, is if we can get more artistic juice flowing in the community.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Thank you. Well, your last answer just got me heading in a different direction, which is a good thing. I can tell you how much you enjoy helping others get engaged with art, appreciate art, making it very participatory and accessible to people. That sense of, hey, I could do that.
Yeah.
Have there been particular events where you think that's been particularly successful? Like, what in your experience has really helped to draw people in?
So I've had multiple people over I'll just say my fused glass artist career say to me, oh, I want to come over and do fused glass at your house. And then they come over and we work on it, and they get kind of frustrated because it takes a while to cut the glass, and then you have to wait while I put it in a kiln. It's the next day. So people get frustrated. But the best success I had was a 9-year-old sort of extended family relative who was evacuated, part of the Bonnie Doon fires. And he was here for an extended period of time, on and off over the 3 or 4 weeks they didn't lose their home, but they were not able to go to their home. And we had so much fun. And he just had this excitement that was contagious for me. And it really helped get me out of my slump, because I was not feeling very artistic or creative at the beginning of the COVID thing. I was just sort of, so it helped, I think, to engage with young people, because they just don't have any of that preconceived notion of this is hard, or if I make it ugly or whatever. So I'm really passionate about getting involved with younger people, and then working with the Glass Institute. Also, we've done some diversity programs and some other things, but we had to screeching halt because of COVID. But I just think that if we can get some hands-on, take the hands-on the art thing and make it into more than the string thing, which I don't know what the plan is, because all we talked about in the last meeting was the string thing. And I don't want to sound critical, but it just seems like we can do more now that the COVID constraints are relaxed.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next up is Councilmember Melton.
Hi, Lucy. I'm Russ. It's nice to meet you over Zoom, and thank you so much for applying to the Arts Commission.
I think I met you on my front porch, Russ.
Okay, there you go.
Bye.
Oh, that's fantastic. I'm connecting the dots, and I appreciate you mentioned that. So here's my question. Can you share some thoughts about your extensive professional work experience and what you think those experiences would do to help you be a successful arts commissioner?
Gosh, that's a pretty deep, there's a deep well there. Well, I know I listened to part of the Ron's interview, so I know that patience was brought up, and I did, my industry experience did teach me patience, but it also taught me to not stop asking for things that you know are right. And if you have to go figure out a different way to pitch it, then you pitch it a different way. And over the years, I have been very successful in getting, I'll say, very difficult projects done that people thought were impossible. And that was pretty much what I ended up doing at the end of my professional career. Was they would give me the impossible stuff and say, okay, let's give this to Lucy and see if she can make it happen. And I delivered maybe three, 4 projects at the end of, the 2-year portion, the end of my career. And then I'll say that LR came and I was like, yay, time to go do something different, because it just got to be kind of thankless. And that was sad, because the stuff I did was really difficult and very important, but I think there wasn't enough, positive feedback or praise. And maybe it was because I was too familiar. I don't know, but I like to deliver stuff that's difficult. I don't mind working hard. And I think the Arts Commission, it has a set process and it has members, and I read as much of the documentation as I could find. Some of the links didn't appear to work, which, I'll give feedback to them about that. But I just feel like I can help organize and strategize, because I know how to get stuff done.
Right on. Thank you, Lucy, for your thoughtful answer. And I remember when we interacted on your front porch. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Hi, Lucy. I really appreciate you applying, and I think you said it in answer 6, make it happen, the thing that you just said. And so I really appreciated your answers to what is the role of a commissioner and your thought process. Mm-hmm. And I think that, I really, really appreciated the way that you put it, but we're out of time. So I think my colleagues have asked all my questions, but I really
okay, great.
Okay, thank you, Lucy, for applying for the Art Commission and being here tonight. A final decision will be made by City Council on May 25th, and then City Clerk will then contact you to tell you what the outcome of that meeting was. So thank you for being here, and thanks for your interest in art and adding it to our community.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right, you too.
City Clerk.
So, Mr. Mayor, our next applicant has not yet joined, and I left them a voicemail, but I haven't been able to get a hold of them. You're then scheduled for just kidding. Right as I'm telling you that, they are here. We will promote them to panelists.
Fantastic. Yonghang?
Yes, this is Yonghang Shen.
Hi.
Hi.
Your video doesn't seem to be working. We can try to fix that. It looks like it's trying to broadcast, but isn't. Is your camera covered?
No, it was working. So start my video.
Yeah, it looks like Zoom thinks your video is working, but it's coming through as all black. Maybe do you have like a closed laptop or one of those little covers over your
Yes,
camera?
I have a slider, goes back and forth. Oh, Why
So
it's
I'm
not
assuming that's
working?
open. You may have
Oh,
next to the stop video button, if you click on that, there's a little caret where you can get to video settings. And if you have more than one camera connected, perhaps your computer is trying to use a different one than the one you're looking at.
oh, who can see you? There's a recording. Share screen, participating, more audio.
So yeah, to the left of participants where you see that stop video, or if you, in the upper right corner of the stop video button is a little arrow up. So you click on that. At the very top, it has a select camera. So if you see more than one camera listed, try the other one. If not, might be, if it's acceptable for the mayor, we might just want to interview without the video.
Yep.
Okay, let's see, digital. You said all the way on the left, right? Stop video.
Yes, if you look at where it says stop video, in that button, in the upper right of that button, there's a little kind of arrow caret.
There you
there
are.
we go.
All right. Hello.
Hello. Good to
Hi.
see you again.
Oh, thank you. Good to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Oh, no. And thank you for reapplying. Thank you for your time on the building board, Board of Building Appeals, you know, and you've been there for 3 years now. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes. And so you probably remember this process. So each council member will have an opportunity to ask you a question. And this interview is scheduled for 15 minutes. So please keep that in mind. I'm up first. So I just wanted to ask you a little bit. First, thank you for reapplying, and thank you for your time on the board. Do you have, what's your feedback as far as how the process of that board is? And I know it doesn't meet as often as some of our other boards.
Yeah, well, seems like convene much less than the other board, but I'm always feel proud that if called for, I'll be ready to serve.
Fantastic. And what's been your experience of being on that board as far from a process standpoint?
I think it's just because this is my first time volunteer for a city government, and it's sort of a learning how the government actually works. And it was really rewarding for me meeting other board members. They each bring impressive background and experience, and I enjoyed the experience for the short time that we interacted.
That's
and
great.
I think the process is just so it's very orderly and very organized, and I like it the way we run it.
Great. Thank you. Next up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Hello, nice to see you. Thank you for the time you've served on this. As the mayor said, you know, the Board of Building Code Appeals doesn't meet very often. Could you maybe just tell us briefly about one case? Because I think there's actually been one in the last year, you've met in the last year or so. If you could just tell us briefly, what was the item you did?
Oh, no, we don't have any case to discuss, but we did go over the new California Building Code new release. I think it was 2019.
Okay.
And the the planning office sent somebody and went over what's the new versus the old building code.
Okay.
So I think that's very appropriate, and this falls into my day jobs, and I like it. So we had an interaction. We went over the code, sometimes line by line.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. And thank you for being there for whenever these cases do come by, and it's actually a good thing. It says a lot about the city process that we don't have a lot of appeals. So thank you very much for your service.
Welcome. Glad to be able to help.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Hi, good to see you again.
Hi.
Yeah, and I'll echo the vice mayor's comments. Thank you for being willing to serve. That it's important that we do have this body ready to go if an appeal does come up. I really don't have any questions. Just thank you for being here.
Welcome, I'm glad.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Melton.
Hi, Young Hong. It's Russ, and it's nice to see you again. Like other folks have said, thank you so much for your service, and also thank you for reapplying. I'm very happy to see your reapplication. And I also just wanted to say I'm a huge fan of your employer, NASA, and all of the federal agencies at Moffett Field, the USGS and Air Force, and all of the scientific federal things going on over there, Young Hong. Just a huge fan. Thank you again for reapplying. I appreciate it.
I'm glad, because actually we're talking about NASA. I do have to report to our legal office saying I'm serving on the even volunteer basis, serving on the local government. And there was a one-time case that our on-site contractor was seeking for one of the deviations from the code. And our planning office said, hey, we went to the building code appeal, your name's there. Is that a conflict of interest? But fortunately, they didn't bring the case forward. So that's, I do have to get our legal department approval for serving as a civil servant.
I understand everything you just said, and thank you for going through those important steps.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Hi, Commissioner, and thank you so much for reapplying. I don't have any questions. I just want to say I appreciate your service, and it sounds like things are going well. So just keep up the good work.
Yes, I enjoyed the process. I enjoyed the opportunity, and I thank you for your trust in me serving this board.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. And finally, Councilmember Cisneros.
Hi, Commissioner. It's a pleasure to meet you. I didn't get the opportunity last time, but I'm delighted today. And I guess my question would be, what do you find most rewarding about serving? I know you've mentioned that you really enjoy it and that it's very interesting, but I was wondering what, because I don't know you yet, what really brought you here to the commission?
Oh, my initial motivation is to give back to the society, because my son, when he was in high school, he did sign up for volunteer.com or .org. There's lots of opportunity provided. After he left the house, and I continued searching, looking for the listings in that website. One of them is one person mentioned that he had a good experience serving on the city board, but it's not this board, it's some other functions. I think it's Parks and Recreation or Library, one of these. And I thought, okay, since my sons are out of the college and this is the time I can spend my time more beneficial to the society, to the community that I enjoy. So that's why initially I signed up. And also I learned a lot how the city government actually functions through the board, through the citizen participation. And I appreciate the diligence, the officers and also the city employees with how these principles of serving the people or serving the people of Sunnyvale. And the most rewarding, enjoy experience I had so far is the interaction with the other board members. Like I said before, their experiences, their characters, and their qualification is all I learn from them sometimes that is so much different than just engineering.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your service, and I really appreciate your answers. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so, Young Hong, do you have any questions of us? We have a few minutes left, and you don't always get to speak to all the city council members. So do you have any questions for us?
Right. Well, my question may not be related to this position. I was just wondering how is our financial situation goes. Are we good, or are we still need to?
So we're still, from a city standpoint, we're still recovering from COVID. And it was been a bumpy year to say the least, but if you really want to attend, our budget workshop is in about 2 weeks or a week and a half on the 20th. And so if that's an all-day Thursday meeting, if you really want to dive into the budget, you're welcome to join. But it's we're planning our path forward, and you can see the city manager's recommendations and what we're moving forward with for next year's budget. But I think we are doing better than some of our surrounding cities. Because we have a 10-year balanced budget and a 20-year plan. But yeah, I have all of us received 2 big binders of documents to read over the next week and a half or so. So anyway, it's definitely it is a up and coming and ever changing environment as far as city revenue and what services we provide and what projects we have. So
excellent. Seems like it's in the good hands of the council members.
Thank you very much. And I just want to thank you again for reapplying and for your service so far on our boards. And it really is really important that from our standpoint, we trust what our boards are doing, and working with staff, especially this board, which is somewhat independent than our other boards, that what you're dealing with is really important, and making sure that it's there as far as our process is concerned from a development standpoint. So a final decision will be made by City Council on May 25th, and then the city clerk will contact you after that meeting to inform you of the final outcome.
Great. All right.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for being here again. Okay. So at this time, we'll go ahead and take about a 20-minute recess, and we will reconvene at 7 p.m. Take care.
second.
Are we ready to
Mr.
reconvene?
Mayor. We've reached 7 o'clock. And yes, we are, and we have our.
Okay. Hi, Ken.
Hello,
Hey, good to see you again.
can you guys hear me and see me as well?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good.
So you might remember this interview process. So each council member will have an opportunity to ask you a question. And then this interview is scheduled for about 15 minutes. So keep that in mind as you're answering those questions. But I just want to first say thank you for your service and reapplying, which is really critical. So thank you.
Thanks.
So first up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Hello, Ken. Again, thank you for your current service and thank you for reapplying. And maybe, I think you're doing a fine job and stuff. Maybe you can just put a couple of words around why you enjoy being on the Housing and Human Services Commission.
Sure. This is kind of interesting. Just yesterday, we were trying to do this video for promoting the commission. So one of the things we're trying to do is, so I'll say the same thing there. We came up with impromptu answers for it, and which is my honest answer as well. Being in the community that I live in, it's a great privilege to participate in influencing some of the things that happen or contributing to it, right? So I view this as an opportunity for being a voice, and the voice for, as we know, the Bay Area, how the low income folks and the housing issues and the elderly care and at-risk youth help and all of these various services that the Housing Commission provides. Seriously, I feel privileged to have that opportunity to be the voice for them, advocate for them, and when we are going through the process of allocating funds and how we need to support these communities, which are generally struggling, and in general we have a problem, and the COVID has made things worse. So given all of those things, I think the reason I really like to be on the commission here is being a voice for some of the at-risk, low-income, elderly folks. That opportunity that it gives me, I value it and like to be part of it. And in general, I like to do something in the community that I live in, and this is one form of me trying to do something for my community.
Right. So thank you very much for those comments. And again, thank you for the service you've been doing. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next up is Councilmember Larson.
Hi, good to see you again.
Hello.
Thank you for all the time that you've put in serving the community through the commission. I'm interested in how your experience on the commission has, how your view of your role as a commissioner has changed from when you started to now that you understand what the commission really does and how it functions. Because quite often I've found, in joining a new organization, you think it's one thing and then you jump in there and then you find out that what you really need to work on is a little bit different than what you thought when you came in. So how has that understanding changed or evolved for you?
Sure. I think when I first came in, again, some of the details, of course, I was not aware of it. And now that I have had the chance to be part of the commission and go through it's not more than the change, it's maybe better understanding of what needs to happen or what's happening and the goals and what's happening and what we want to do. Some shifts there is what I have personally seen. For example, again, this is my my observation and the thing that I've seen last 12 to 18 months. Maybe COVID has something to do with it. For example, the public participation is a little bit low, right? We're not seeing that much. And so again, it's a different level, right? So the commission would like to hear directly, and then our input feeds back into your decision-making, and to make that more robust, at least. So that's one change that I have seen from when I started. In the beginning, at least I remember seeing a lot of participation in different events, but lately it's been a little bit low. So from that perspective, again, I still haven't put my finger on what's going on, but maybe COVID has something to do with it. So such observations. And the other thing that I take away for me from really doing the very first time to now is a commission relatively has a little bit less role in setting the agenda for the commission compared to the staff generally drives the agenda. When I came in, I had the expectation that maybe there is a room that where we will have an opportunity to say, how about this or how about that? And generally that's a little bit low. We try to do it through different forums, but again, in my perspective, that's a little bit less. As in, we go with the agenda set by the staff and we more react to it rather than council or the commission members having at least some input on the agenda or the items that may potentially be useful.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thanks. And next up is Councilmember Melton.
Hey, Ken, it's Russ. It's great to see you. And I'm really, really happy that you're reapplying to serve another 4 years on the Housing and Human Services Commission. And I believe that experience matters. As Councilmember Larson was saying, you can jump into something and then you learn the ropes and then you start performing at a high level. And the commission that you serve on does a lot of really important work and really gets into the weeds of applicants and the positive things that they bring to the table and how to allocate dollars and things like that. And we're going to need your leadership, Ken, in the next 4 years because one of our very experienced commissioners is terming out. She cannot reapply. And we have another commissioner who chose to not reapply and a resignation. So as you can see, we're going to have a lot of new commissioners on this commission. And I, for one, just want to say thank you in advance for your experience and leadership. And Mayor Klein, I don't know how it is that we got to how we have 3 terms on this commission expiring in 1 year, but maybe if that's something that we could look at so that we stagger out the term expirations a bit, I would be in support of that. I don't have any questions for you, Ken, but please just keep doing a great job.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Yeah, hey Ken, and great to see that you're chair this year. So hope that's going well. To your question about setting the agenda, that it is ultimately within staff's directive, but as chair, I'm sure you've talked with them about the work plan, and as a commission, you've probably noted about the work plan. I think that's the avenue to provide that feedback, and you can also come to council if you have an idea that you want us to sponsor as a study issue, or obviously you have your own study issue process through your commission, but. One of the things I wanted to ask you was something I've been very interested that's relevant to your commission in the past couple of years is the annual HUD action plan. And I've had concern about the city's allocation of the funding that's available for CDBG and home grants. And so I just wanted to kind of ask you, how have those meetings been this year and last year for that item? It probably was the most recent item on one of your big agendas, spending the CDBG and home grants. How was that meeting? How was that discussion?
Sure. So these meetings are going well, and we do have the term I'm searching for is the applicants or the people who are looking for help through the CDBG grant. Again, it fairly, at least in the last couple of years, has been pretty much the pattern is repeating. And again, this year was a little bit unique, right? So we had the regular CDBG, and then we had the CDBG-B, or the COVID version of it, and we had more funds. And it has been good that this time, at least, we are able to allocate most of the asks. Typically, we end up allocating less than what they're asking. This time, it has been a little bit better because of that. But on the same lines, and this is something that I think I have voiced it in the meeting as well, we seem to see the same set of applicants, and I don't know if there is a need for further reach out, or are we missing some group of people who should be applying for some of these, or there's a little bit of more outreach or something to get more people to apply, I think that would be a good thing. I think we keep seeing the same set of 3 or 4 people are applying every year. Of course, some of them are doing great work and we're more than happy to support them. But just thinking in the broader sense, I don't know if that's enough for the coverage, or do we have another set of folks that we should reach out and expand folks that we can support. But then again, there's always a fixed budget, right? So then the more people we have, then we'll have to shrink and all of that comes into the play. But at least this year, we're fortunate, I think, in terms of available funds and able to support to at least very close to what people are asking compared to every year when we had to go substantially less or try to spend a lot of time trying to tweak. That hasn't happened this year. And again, of course, last couple of years, we have been consistently requesting, given the general fund availability, to increase that. We have been less successful, I would say, but again, that rolls into the larger budget constraints and all other things that all of you are dealing with. But that's my view on how the CDBG grant allocation is going.
Well, thank you. That's very insightful, and I don't want to take up more time, but just I encourage you to think not only about how is the money split up amongst the vendors, but how is the money split up between services? And so just I'll close with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Hello, Ken, and thank you so much for reapplying, and it's a pleasure to meet you over Zoom. I just want to echo what my colleagues have said about just being really grateful for having the experience on the commission and your willingness to continue to serve. That means a lot, and it's very clear that you're passionate about the issues that you work on there, which is key. I don't have any further questions. My questions have been asked and answered, but I really appreciate you coming out here today. Thank you.
Sure. Same here. Nice to meet you. Hopefully one of these days we'll be able to really physically meet and say hi, but thank you for that.
I hope so. I look forward to it.
Okay, thank you, Ken. And I just want to thank you again for your service on our boards and commissions, and especially the Housing and Human Services Commission is definitely important as far as the recommendations. It's not an easy task hearing, all the different service organizations that really need assistance in trying to figure out what the appropriate funding is. So we really appreciate your recommendations as far as that's concerned, and all the different items that commission does. We have a minute or two left. Do you have any questions for council that you'd like to ask?
I think, yes, it's maybe some of the repeats that I have already brought up, right? So, but it's not, again, looking for more control on maybe the agenda a little bit. That's something that I don't know if we need to work through the council process or just with the staff, or like Council Member Mason mentioned, there are some avenues, but we have tried some of those, but probably some tweaks are needed. I need to figure out what that avenue is. And the other thing, I think this again I mentioned earlier as well, I find at least the way the study issues are set up is a little bit more tedious and laborious in terms of how you set it up, how it happens, and the duration of time it takes to even get anything happen. And I have seen maybe that even discourages people from even actually bringing up the study issues, because nothing really happens and everything is just such a long drawn process. If anything that can be done in that area to simplify, that would be great, and that would be one of my asks for the council, if you guys can look into it.
Thank you very much. And definitely, as far as the study issue process, well, first I want to thank you for being chair. And so that's always an interesting task to try to run the meetings, especially in the last year under COVID. As far as the study issue process, we're trying to improve that process. And so I know that, I don't know if staff has talked to you about, updating some of that information. It never goes as quickly as people would like. And as much as that kind of slows down the process, there's certain, from proposal to recommendations to council ranking to final funding. It is part of our process, and it's hard to kind of short circuit that. It has worked for so many years. And finally, as far as your work plan, you should have some flexibility as far as setting that work plan. And definitely reach out to me and we can talk a little bit more about that. But that is something that commission needs to do. So I appreciate your feedback, and yes, definitely there are some, the study issue processes continue to be changed as far as trying to make it smoother, go through that process a little bit cleaner, and then just hopefully, the problem is at the end of the day, much like funding to our service agencies, funding study issues or is a similar sort of thing. It's staff time and budget that especially like where we're going right now is a difficult thing this year.
Yeah.
So thank you again for reapplying. A final decision will be made by City Council on May 25th, and the city clerk will then contact you and inform you of that outcome the next day. So thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Yeah.
City clerk.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, the next applicant, Jim Davis, has been promoted a panelist. So let me just get his video and audio going.
Hey, Jim. We can't hear you.
Oh, now you can hear me because I hit the little button that said unmute.
Great. Good to see you and hear you. So
The same here.
I want to thank you for applying. And I know that you're familiar with this process very well. So we have 15 minutes and we'll go through different questions from different council members. And first up is Councilmember Larson.
Hey, Jim, good to see you. It's been a while. Probably the first time we've seen each other over Zoom, I think. New experience. So you mentioned in your application a number of times the need for housing and how critical that has become for the city. If you were appointed to the Housing and Human Services Commission, how would you as a commissioner want to engage on that issue? What would you be doing personally as a commissioner?
Well, yeah, I'm very familiar with a lot of the builders in the area, and especially the nonprofit builders. But more than that, I see the Housing and Human Services Committee needs to come up with a program that the city can work with to reach out to builders and to find the diversity that we need in housing to meet our needs. We're looking at San Jose. They're in the process as of now, building 3,000 new housing units just in downtown San Jose. And I know that ABAG has certainly got some numbers that are going to be impressive for us to look at too. And so we've got to be able to put together a variety of things, to make things work in the city of Sunnyvale. Funding, builders, city assistants, cutting some red tape, making things happen in a more diversified and better way. And the other thing that we have to start looking at, which is a major issue, not only here in Sunnyvale and San Jose and Santa Clara County, but throughout the state of California, is diversity in housing. We've got to make sure that we have a variety of levels of housing that are going to suit all of our communities. And we can't be afraid to make sure that we're reaching out and touching a variety of people to make sure that their housing needs are met.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Melton.
Hey, Jim, how are you?
God bless you. Look at those headphones. You look like a pilot in a major airplane.
There you go. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Jim. I want to start off by saying I'm really, really glad to see that you're applying for this commission, Jim, and your work when you were serving on city council for issues of housing and homelessness to me is legendary, and your passion has always come through on this topic. And then, Jim, we have this thing on the Housing and Human Services Commission. I call it a quirk, and I don't know how it happened, but this year we have 3 of the 7 seats expiring. And typically that doesn't happen with our commissions, and I don't know why we're in this position, but we're going to have to restock Housing and Human Services, and I'm glad that somebody with your stature is applying. So you've been on the flip side of the coin. You've been on council getting advice from commissions, and I want to get your thoughts about how it would look for you with the coin flipped the other way, with you giving advice to council. How does that work for you, Jim?
Well, I hope that you'll be the advisory member from the council onto our commission, so that we can get you to be a voice to go back to the council too. But no, it's like I was talking with Council Member Larson a moment ago. I would like to see the commission work on developing a overall working plan that we can institute as policy and procedure in the city, so that we have our staff in tune in regards to how we want to carry out the issues that are facing us in regards to housing. And that would be that we as a commission would gather together and put those things together in the puzzle, and then hopefully get you guys to adopt them and make it policy in the city.
Right on. Thanks, Jim. Nice to see you.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Hey, Jim, good to see you again. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I saw you just a couple of days ago.
Oh, where?
You were in that same backdrop.
Oh yeah. Well, that's cool. Yeah, really great to see your application. I just wanted to ask you a question, because it sounded like a lot of the things you were talking about, they could either go in housing or they could go in planning. And so I just wanted to ask you, if you were appointed to the Housing Commission, based on the work plan that you may have seen for this year, what is something that is missing that you would like to add for the next year in 2022? Or what is just one thing you would like to add to the work plan in general for 2022?
I haven't seen the current work plan that you're describing, but as I've talked to both Councilmember Melton and Larson, I would like to see the commission work on putting together a policy and procedure that is going to help guide the city staff in regards to the bigger issues of housing. I was involved in a statewide housing study in 2019, and I had 28 people working for me, and we looked at housing issues all over the entire state of California. And we came up with 28 different recommendations. A lot of them dealt with trying to find money for low-cost housing, finding ways to cut red tape for building of housing, looking at a variety of different kinds of housing that we want to be available to our wide diversity of people that live in our communities. So those are the things that primarily come to my mind when I'm thinking about housing and human services. And the other aspect, we talk about housing, but we've also got to talk about human services. And we've got to talk about making sure that whatever the housing program is that we develop can be matched with the needs of our community. And our community is fairly diverse. We're not the white Anglo-Saxon community of 50 years ago. We're a very diverse community with a large Asian population, a large Hispanic population. And, so we need to take that into consideration. We also are a community of a diversity in regards to income levels. And we have to take, those kinds of things into consideration. We've got to put all those pieces into the big puzzle and come up with a picture that's going to be a smiley face for the entire city.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Hi, Jim. It's a pleasure to meet you over Zoom. I don't think we've had the pleasure yet. And I just really appreciate you applying for this commission. Your reputation precedes you, truly.
Uh-oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's all good things, I promise, all good things. And I guess my question would be, since you have so much experience with the interplay between commissions and council, how would you suggest to improve that interplay, and how can we be more effective partners?
Well, I think that the city does a fairly good job in regards to the interplay between council and the different commissions. Each council member is assigned 1 to 2 different commissions to attend meetings and be a liaison person. And quite frankly, that's probably as much as we can do without touching on the Brown Act and some of the other issues. One of the things that just came to mind as you was mentioning that is that we might start thinking about having a roundtable meeting with all the different commissions or a number of different commissions together, to discuss different ideas and how they affect one another. So similar to what we do as council when we have the budgetary meetings or when we have our programming meetings and things like that. And that might be a way to get a larger diversity of ideas and opinions that are coming into the different commissions.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that answer. Very insightful. And thank you again for applying.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Jim. And my question is, you talked about your time as consulting and the comprehensive study on housing in California that you put together. And I was just wondering, what your conclusions were, what your recommendations were from either California, for Bay Area, and of course, Sunnyvale.
Well, it was an extremely interesting process. I bid this contract out with the state of California, the housing department, and by whatever resources they decided to hire me, maybe I was just a low bidder. But what we did was I hired 28 grad students from different colleges all over the state of California. And then what we, each one of those sections did was they looked at the information that was coming out in their community, the things that were of interest to the community, the way the councils were acting, the need for housing, the diversity in housing, and how people were funding housing. And so what we did was we had nine regions in the state, and each region had a report, and they talked about housing costs. They talked about the numbers of houses that were needed. They talked about how to build houses, how to cost out the cost of building houses, and what kind of assistance all these different regions needed. So there's an individual report on all the different regions in California. Then we did a comprehensive report, and we talked about the overall picture in California, and the things that the state legislature should address, this housing commission should address, people in positions of authority should address. So we talked about the state of California having to provide more money in their budget, to assist cities in developing lower cost housing. We talked about a variety of ideas in regards to how to cut red tape, both at a state, regional, and local level. We talked about, builders and how they should become a bigger part of the mix in regards to finding ways to make housing achievable. And, of course, we talked about zoning issues, and we talked about, transportation fell into the pot too. So it was a comprehensive report. It was 220 pages long. I handed it into the Housing and Human Services Housing Commission in the state of California on January the 15th. And then COVID hit, and the report has never been published.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We got some major ideas. Here's the interesting story. And this was one of the recommendations too. There was a young lady who worked, she was from the University of California, Santa Barbara. And we were in one of our meetings. We had a meeting at least once a week where we all sort of put heads together and talked about issues. And she said, Mr. Davis, she says, there are certain regions in the state that need to put up the full no vacancy signs. And we need to think about diverting populations and businesses to those areas of the state of California that can more readily and easily absorb them. She talked about, Sacramento, Stockton, Modesto, Merced, Fresno, Bakersfield, all of which have universities in it, and all of which have land and housing prices that are well below what you see in the San Diego, Los Angeles, Orange County, Bay Area issues, and the Sacramento issue too. And in that way, we could incentivize business to move to those different areas because they have the tools that are available here in our metropolitan area. But what we suggested to the state of California in this one thing was that they need to do some they need to do some things with the communities to build a better community that's going to draw people. They needed to put things into the infrastructure.
Got it.
So that was a very enlightened look, and it sort of fell into a picture. When you started looking at some of the big companies, instead of Google spending $138 billion on building their Google complex in downtown San Jose, if they could build that in Merced, it doesn't affect them because Google has offices in the East Coast and Texas and in Europe and Asia. So saying, hey, build your Google complex in Merced or Fresno really wouldn't make a gigantic impact on the operation of companies like that.
Okay.
Just something to think about.
Yep. And I look forward to hopefully getting that published and actually reading it someday.
Oh God, me too. Here's the funny thing. When
last question
okay.
is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Okay, Mr.
Yeah, well, hello, Santa.
How you doing there?
I'm doing great. And in the interest of time, I don't have any additional questions. I think you're pretty much an open book on this particular topic. So I don't have anything else to ask.
Well, God bless you. That's very kind of you. I hope that my answers have been explanative of my thought process, and hopefully my ideas will be of a progressive nature for our community. And I really look forward to working with us.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Jim, and thanks for applying. As far as the final decision will be made on the meeting of May 25th, and the city clerk will contact you after that to inform you the final outcome. So thank you for being here and thanks for applying.
Thanks. Good night now.
Hey, good seeing you. Good night.
Bye-bye.
City clerk, our next candidate.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Scott Duncan has been promoted to panelist, and let's just get his video and audio going. Okay.
Good evening.
Hey, Scott looks ready for.
Hi, Scott. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm no Jim Davis.
So thank you for being here. I'm Sunnyvale Mayor Larry Klein, and I'll just take a moment to explain the process that we have. Each council member will have an opportunity to ask you a question, and the interview is scheduled for about 15 minutes. So please keep that in mind when you're answering your questions. And first up is Councilmember Melton.
Hi, Scott. I'm Russ. It's really nice to meet you over Zoom, and thank you so much for applying to serve on the Housing and Human Services Commission. And there were two things that leapt out to me that I wanted to mention as being notable and laudable from your application is that you've taken the time to attend, quote unquote, the city council meetings and the Housing and Human Services Commission meetings, and have spent that time. And I also appreciate your—
Even a couple of the all-day meetings.
Even the all-day meetings. And I appreciate your participation and leadership, Sunnyvale. So more power to you. My question is, can you just give us sort of your opening statement of your background and how you think that suits you to serve well on Housing and Human Services?
Well, thank you. I don't know that I have all that unusual a background. I'm a longtime Sunnyvale resident, tried to stay active in the community as much as I can while trying to hold a full-time job and be married and raise a daughter. I came to a point a couple of years ago where I stepped out of the high-tech world, and I've always wanted to be more engaged with the community. And frankly, I do things in sort of measured steps. So I got more involved with Sunnyvale Community Services, Leadership Sunnyvale, with the intention of probably joining a few boards and perhaps a commission So I frankly did my homework. I'm passionate and care a lot about housing and human services. And, frankly, I had the opportunity to listen to Mr. Davis, and he opened up my eyes and got me even more excited. I mean, there's just a lot of personal reasons why I care about housing. I'd like to be able to tell my daughter that this is a good place that she could actually live. And right now, I don't know if I can even say that honestly.
Thank you so very much, Scott.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Hi, Scott, and thanks for applying. I can't remember if you applied for another commission in the past, but you look like a familiar face.
I've seen you in Leadership Sunnyvale.
Okay. Yeah,
I have an application for redistricting, but that's it.
That's what it was. Okay, because I remember your name. And so I really appreciate you applying. I really appreciated the thoroughness of your application. I can say it's probably one of the most thorough I've read. And I just wanted to ask you, what is something that you think the city's not doing in housing? And you may not know everything the city's doing, but that you personally don't see or hear about that you would like the city to do.
I've read through a lot of the documents of the city plans, and it's whether it's the housing element or the HUD reports, and there's an impressive amount of services and an impressive number of programs underway. But I have to step back and take a look at the big picture. Are we moving the needle on making the city more affordable? And I don't think we are. So I don't know that I could point to one thing other than I know the city doesn't build housing, and I know Housing and Human Services doesn't build housing, but frankly, it's my belief that the supply side, has got to be better addressed. And I know that it's not just HHS, but planning and the whole council. So all the things I see and read are good things, but I don't know that it's really moving the needle.
Great. Well, that's great feedback to hear. So thank you for your thoughts.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Hi, Scott, and
Hello.
Hello, and thank you so much for applying, and it's a pleasure to meet you this evening. I'd like to echo Councilmember Fong's comments about the thoroughness of your application, and I appreciate the amount of time that you've spent to learning so far. I think that's really key for anybody on a commissioner in service to have that thirst for knowledge. And you mentioned here that you're interested in having a dashboard depicting the health of various grants and services and what's doing well and what's not. I was wondering that's a really interesting idea. And as a data person myself, it's something that I'm familiar with. Could you expand on that a little bit?
Well, sure. It's frankly something that I'm borrowing from what was a success formula in high-tech world. And I worked for a boss who nobody understood him when he first came in, but he said, basically, if your operational activities aren't running right, you can't do anything else. You can't do the fun stuff. You can't do the projects and interesting stuff. And so we always had a dashboard just to make sure, not to overanalyze, not to over-engineer, over-manage things, but to make sure you understood that, the HUD funding is getting well spent, that you're staying within the CDBG guidelines and home programs, et cetera, just to make sure things are running okay, so that you can then really maybe more focus on how do you expand housing supply or, senior services and those sorts of things. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just a question. So I appreciate the time that you've taken going through what Housing and Human Services does. And from a CDBG standpoint, and I was just wondering how well you understood how community development block grants are utilized and what those services are. Did you actually happen to go through those meeting minutes or watch that meeting?
I had tried to read through, yes, I did read through them, how much I've internalized. I know that, basically CDBG block grants go to try to provide services to help rehabilitate homes, provide, I'm drawing a blank here. I know that the homes program is to help, with rental assistance and home buying. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a little bit of a blank there.
Not a
Um,
problem.
There are a variety of things that are, I think, funded to the tune of 1.1 million annually under CDBG. And as I said before, it's kind of an impressive set of services. I think we probably would all like to see it be more.
And absolutely. And it wasn't to put you on the spot. I just wanted to thank you for kind of going through those minutes in detail. And it's something that you get used to a large degree as you're kind of get time on a commission. But CDBG funds are basically federal funds that are mainly used by different service organizations. So that varies, and that's one of the big recommendations between HUD funds and CDBG funds that Housing and Human Services Commission give. And it's really figuring out which service organizations to fund on a specific year. And it's all population based. And luckily, under COVID, a good number of we got additional funding from our federal representatives to help out for all the different services that are being provided within the city. So
if I might add, I mean, one of the way I would tend to work, and when I've been on prior boards or just at work, one of the first things I like to try to do is follow the money, sort of understand where the money is coming from, where it's going to, what are the requirements on that money. And when we're talking HHS, I know that there's a lot of HUD requirements on what you can do, what you can't do, what percentages can go to human services. So that's just sort of how I do my homework and prep, is sort of follow the money.
That sounds fantastic. And I like your mindset, and thanks for helping out SCS, and as well as just going through the leadership Sunnyvale process to get more involved. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Next up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Hello, thanks for applying for Housing and Human Services. I appreciated the opportunity for the phone call that we had to go ahead and talk. And if you're able to get on to the Housing and Human Services, if you were to look out 12 or 24 months, how do you think you'd look at, and what would be your kind of definition, or how you'd look at success for yourself? Not for the commission, but how you might look at success of your participation.
Oh, okay. Look at it more personally. Okay. There's the first year has got to be a learning curve. I mean, learn the cycle, learn the rules, learn the players, learn what are the council issues that you want us to focus on. I'm aware of some meaty things that HHS is working on right now. So personally, by the second year, I'd like to, try to feel like I am knowledgeable enough to really drive some issues, perhaps lead some issues within the commission. I know that there's some other very heavy hitters, but spend a year not passive, but getting up to speed, and then by the second year, it's kind of like being on a job. You got to be able to be fully contributing member and leader where you feel you have the skills and the passion.
Okay, great. Thanks for your answers.
Thanks. And lastly is Councilmember Larson.
Hi, very nice to meet you, and thank you for all the different helping with all the different organizations that you've been a part of, and really becoming a very engaged part of the community. I was interested in your experience with Project Hired, being on the board, and I imagine that's given you some insights into what it takes to operate a social service nonprofit, and some of the challenges as well. Can you talk a little bit about what you've learned through that experience?
Thank you, and I'm glad thank you for bringing that up. First of all, Project Hired continues to exist. I was board chair for a few years, treasurer for a number of years, assist individuals with disabilities to get basically mainstream competitive employment. And it has a lot of overlap with NOVA. I remember we talked about NOVA at the time, and frankly, that's where I met Marie Bernard. But what are some of the things you learn there? One, a lot of the funding came from federal grants. And so, as I said earlier, you follow the money. You better understand how the federal grants work and how you stay within the limitations there. Two, if you're in a not-for-profit organization, you really got to make sure that everyone, there's so much need out there and everyone has some great ideas. You better make sure you understand what you're focusing on, where you can make the biggest impact. So just because there's so many good things that are needed, especially for the individuals with disabilities. That you just have to make painful choices that we're gonna focus here and here. That'll be our specialty, and we just can't do everything. Does that answer what you're looking for?
Yes, yeah, no, thank you. I really appreciate you sharing that. Thank you.
Okay, Scott. So thank you again for applying. From a process standpoint, final decision will be made at City Council on May 25th, and then the city clerk will be contacting you after that meeting to inform you of the final outcome. So thanks for being here this evening, and thanks again for applying.
Thanks very much.
Have a good evening. City clerk, are we ready for our next candidate?
Yes, the next candidate, Lisa, has been promoted to panelist. And we'll ask her to start her video and unmute her microphone.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members.
Okay, good to see you. So thank you for applying. I'm Sunnyvale Mayor Larry Klein. I'll quickly explain the process. So each council member will have an opportunity to ask you a question, and keep in mind that the interview is scheduled for about 15 minutes. So as you're answering those questions, just make sure that you're watching your time. And with that, our first council member up is Councilmember Fong.
Oh, future doctor. I stand corrected. Your application is probably one of the most thorough I've seen thus far. I really appreciate how much depth you put into your responses. And so I think that there's a lot to go through. One of the big questions I had was at the end of your application, you mentioned that you check the boxes for the personnel board where it asks you if you hold public office or employment, you're a candidate for another public office, or you're a former city employee. So what is your current job, and how does that apply to this box?
Yes, so thank you for your question. And overall, I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity and honor to meet with you today and to be considered for the role. And yes, overall, so I actually have been a longtime resident of Sunnyvale for nearly 30 years now. And my first job was as a referee for the Sunnyvale Youth Basketball League. So that was my first employment experience with the city of Sunnyvale through Parks and Recreation, which actually fostered my love of youth and learning with as a lifelong learner individual as well. And I also serve on a couple committees and councils and boards within my university as an appointed chair and representative.
Okay, great. Well, appreciate that. And if we have time at the end, I'd be happy to ask questions. I'd like to defer to my colleagues. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Hello, and it's a pleasure to meet you this evening. Thank you so much for applying, and I really appreciate you applying for many things because there's lots to be filled, and it shows, and you and your whole application really have demonstrated your commitment and your depth of knowledge and experience here. And I was just wondering, for any, like, you pick a commission that you applied for, but what would be your number one priority in that commission moving forward?
Yes, so my number one priority, and I do see some intersectionality or interlapping overall priorities, but I would say housing in terms of expanding the affordable housing and awareness for students, families, and also individuals intergenerationally in different communities. And some of that work stems from my research in looking at the demographics from the US Census of individuals who are within what we call the sandwich generation. So they may be caring for elder parents and for younger children. So expanding housing access and support through community services and resources, including access to technology, which I see is also connected to the library in terms of resources as well, and community outreach with online resources.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I appreciate that answer.
Thank you. And thanks, Elisa, for a very complete and detailed application. One of the questions was whether or not you definitely served on the Teen Advisory Committee before, but have you attended, and you applied for a good number of the commissions, but have you watched them? Have you attended them? And if so, which ones? And kind of give some of your feedback as far as whatever commission that you're kind of looking at as your top choice.
Yes, so I did serve as the president of the Teen Advisory Committee before, and as a summer teen volunteer, was awarded the 17 Volunteer Program Volunteer of the Year award through there. And so basically, my experience in attending meetings includes the housing and planning commissions, and so including resources for applying to programs such as the emergency repair programs for both senior and current family communities, as well as attending and looking at some of the online channel, previously recorded meetings. And some of my feedback from that includes increasing the awareness of the programs and resources available that are really vast and robust in terms of serving the communities. I know there are food pantries that are connected to our local school communities that have been very helpful, as well as our growth phase of the community with attracting different organizations and technology-based firms as well, and maybe leading into the digital divide that could help broadband access for students and other individuals, including possibly partnering with the Senior Center to offer would be classes online in terms of facilitating support and digital literacy along with our library.
That's fantastic. Thank you for that. And next up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Hello, Lisa, and it's really nice to meet you. I'm not sure I have a question, but I'm struck by, the depth and experiences you bring. And we're now here towards the end of day 2, and I'm looking at my scorecard here, and, we have almost 40 applicants, and we don't have close to 40 applicant, open positions. And I'm just struggling here going, man, how you and some other people are making some really difficult choices for us as we go through and are going to have to, make some decisions of what goes on. So that's not really a question for you. That's just more, what's going in the back of my brain right now. As a question, if you get on any of the different boards and commissions, and if, in 24 months or so, how would you evaluate how would you look at success for you on that board or commission, not for the board and commission itself, but your participation? How would you kind of gauge that or be evaluating that success?
Yes, thanks for your question, and Council Member and Vice Mayor. I'm thinking about overall in terms of how to gain a better context and understanding of the community overall and identifying their needs intergenerationally as well as interculturally, from housing to education, and what potential partnerships there could be with bridging opportunities. So for example, in the disability space, I learned recently of the Magic Bridges Playground opportunity to involve inclusion with students across communities as well. And so thinking about the different initiatives that I could potentially learn more about and have an impact in either raising awareness in terms of facilitating data, speaking directly with communities, and learning how to best contribute and with the council member colleagues potentially and commission and board members.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Hi, nice to meet you. If I understood correctly, you've served previously on the Parks and Rec Commission. Did I understand that correctly from your application?
So actually, it was the Teen Advisory Committee, which was under the Parks and Recreation Department.
Oh, I get it. Okay, good. And what did you learn kind of through that experience about serving on a commission?
Yes, so I learned about the idea of collaborating across communities. So I was a representative from Fremont High School, as well as I was in the dual enrollment program and attended De Anza as well. So I was able to learn about community outreach and what are the best ways to gauge potential events and interests in communities with students across different high schools, and interacting with various city staff members as well. All the elements involved in planning, budgeting, and also understanding what types of events best suit the community needs from across different age ranges. We also collaborated with the Senior Center and also the arts programs, and in bringing different community engagement events of all the individuals together.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Melton.
Hi, Lisa, it's Russ, and we spoke earlier today on the phone, and it was nice to have a brief chance to get to know you a little bit. I'll just mention on my Zoom screen here right now in front of me, I have you and Vice Mayor Hendricks with the same background, and you're next to each other on my screen, so I feel like you two should shake hands in front of City Hall or something like that, but high five. That's awesome. Lisa, I'm thinking about your fit on the Housing and Human Services Commission. It's a very important commission, and I'm really glad to see you listed that as your #1 choice. So this is a really broad question, but just give me some thoughts that you have about housing or human services in Sunnyvale. What's good, what's not good, just a free-form kind of question.
Yes, thank you for your question, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to have spoken with many of you earlier for your context as well. And so I'm very interested with my background in human development and organizational development on how to best serve communities with especially the need for emergency food and housing security for many individuals in the community across age ranges, how we can best bridge the gap of those needs and providing resources from Sunnyvale Community Services to the food pantries. And there are a lot of great and already robust programs in terms of rental assistance, first-time home buyers below market rates, but increasing the awareness of some of the initiatives that have individuals can either hold on to their homes or seek affordable housing in areas that are close to where they work and maybe minimizing the commute and also access to resources as well.
Great. Thank you very much, Lisa.
Okay, Lisa, I just want to thank you again for applying. A final decision will be made by council on May 25th, and then the city clerk will contact you after that meeting to inform you of the outcome. So thanks again for being here, and have a good evening.
Thank you for your time today. And actually, is it okay if I share one slide of information if we have time permitting?
Absolutely, go right ahead.
Thank you so much. Let's see here. I'm going to close this screen. It's not actually showing up here at the moment, but let me try one more time.
David, you might want to help.
Yeah, so sometimes if you have a number of windows open, that little share box on the far towards the bottom right says show more windows or show all windows.
Mhm.
So maybe that could be why you're not seeing what you want to share.
Oh, okay, no problem. Well, let me go ahead and let's see, try one more time here. Okay, so the PowerPoint is now showing. Just one moment, please. Thank you so much for your patience. All right. Greatly appreciating your patience. So this was just a summary of some of the ideas towards the latter half of the application. I won't list all of them today, but it was just covering or encompassing a couple of the policy trends that I've seen with some of the federal application for student aid and maybe potentials for online library workshops to partner with local communities and schools for awareness and applying, as well as community college and dual enrollment programs. Potentially a high school volunteer calling program partnership with our senior center, and a couple of also online digital learning workshops, including maybe a VTA transportation and other affordable housing access relating to Section 8 based resources, along with a model there for a student and citizen-centered and overall community-centered approach. So thank you so much for allowing me to share this with you today, and appreciating your time this evening, and looking forward to learning more about how I can best continue to serve the Sunnyvale community.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you for the information. Have a good evening.
Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you. City Clerk, you have your next candidate?
Yes, next candidate is Ralph Kenton, who's been promoted to panelist. And see if we can get his microphone and video working. So Ralph, we have you unmuted. Are you able to start your video feed? Yes, there we go.
Hi, Ralph.
Good evening, everyone.
Good to see you.
Glad you're starting on time, actually 2 minutes early. That's fantastic.
Try to stay on track.
Good.
And I just want to thank you for your longtime service on the Parks Commission, and I appreciate that. And I'm sure you know this process by now. Each council member will have a chance to ask you a question, and then keep in mind that the scheduled time is about 15 minutes. So as you're answering you have a limited amount of time for each answer. So with that, first up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much, Ralph, for applying and for your service to the city so far. As Mayor Klein said, it's really appreciated when people get involved and then continue to stay involved. So you're switching over to a new commission. Let's imagine the scenario where you get a seat on the Sustainability Commission. What is your number one priority in the first year of service that you have?
Well, my number one priority is to look at the Sustainability Commission and suggest some implementation of things that maybe haven't been thought about earlier. I looked at in fact, I reviewed the Climate Action Plan, and it's very long and very thorough and very good. But as I read through it, I kept thinking, how could we make the wonderful activity demonstrated therein in all the details in something simpler, like a quick reference guide that would take the highlights of this wonderful document, boil it down, and make use of it to spread the good news to our citizens and to our associates. So I was thinking the first thing we might look at is how we could take all of that and boil it down to a quick reference guide. And I would say that's not a priority necessarily for me because I will be following the work plan. But on the side, I was thinking that might be something we might want to look at.
Wonderful. Thank you. Those are some really interesting and good points, and I appreciate you sharing them. Thank you.
May I say one last thing? I was looking for the metrics for these many sub-activities, and I didn't seem to find them. Have they been removed after the original CAP 1.0?
So definitely, so there's the CAP 1.0, and then the CAP 2.0 ended up going into the Climate Action Playbook,
right.
with the appropriate metrics set up, trying to define, what the timelines are and what the goals are for each play over the next 3 to 5 years.
Okay. Great.
And just wondering, so my question, did you take part in either the CAP outreach programs?
Yes, I did. I attended many of the meetings and was very excited about the first formation of that document. And the first thing I mentioned at that time was they thought they were ready to go to press. And I said, well, you've got 143 separate issues that they wanted to track to improve the climate in Sunnyvale and reduce the carbon footprint. And I said, I don't know how in the world an army could track all of those. Possibly you might want to take a look at the things which have the highest impact, the greatest favorable impact, and focus on those and add metrics to those so you know if you've made any improvement in the course of a year or 2 or 3. And they said, that's a pretty good idea. And if I remember rightly, they did put some form of a metric measurement on some of the larger items.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I'm still calling it a CAP. I'm sorry. I know it's Capital Action Playbook.
Well, it's the first CAP 2.0 is where Silicon Valley Clean Energy came from. And that actually had one of the biggest impacts in the short term for Sunnyvale. So, SVCE came out of that and affected not just Sunnyvale, but many of the cities in the county. And it was, to a certain degree, the low-hanging fruit to convert everybody to cleaner energy than what PG&E was providing. And I think that was a critical first step. So thank you for taking part of that process, being part of that process. And what the vision of the new climate playbook will look like will be part of this ultimately part of this commission's responsibility. So thank you.
Good.
Next up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
How you doing, Ralph? It's good to see you. Thanks for your longtime service, and contribution. I know how passionately you feel about Sunnyvale and stuff. And I'm sorry to say, to me, you're pretty much an open book of your involvement in what you've been doing. So I don't have any additional questions to ask.
You know all my weak points and hopefully a few of my strong points if they're there.
I'm just focusing on the strong points today.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Hey, Ralph, good to see you. Glad to see it's sunny in your background, which is appropriate for Sunnyvale. And And I really appreciate all the years of service that you've given to the city through your serving on boards and commissions. So as you know, each commissioner brings something a little bit different to the commission. And if you were part of the Sustainability Commission, what do you think you would bring? What's sort of the unique angle, talent, skill, background, perspective that you would add to the mix?
Well, I believe that my 8 years on the Parks and Rec Commission has helped me learn a lot of things, one of which is patience, one of which is ask the right people of the things you're looking for, not the wrong ones. Know the whole company called the Sunnyvale City Government, know the people in them, what their jobs are, and don't waste people's time. And so I think I could bring some use of that knowledge of who does what to what we want to accomplish and who we want to talk to. But basically, I think I look towards more in the direction of strategic planning, strategic looking down the road kind of things. In fact, I was going to mention one of them later on. Maybe I should do it now. We are excited about making Sunnyvale electrified, as an example. And I have 2 electric cars. The first was bought in 2011. And so it's wonderful. I feel very good about driving that. So that's one of the first things we've done to practice the speech of being sustainable. So one of the, well, go ahead. Ask a little further.
Well, that was just really what my question was. Okay. You thought you would contribute, you would add to the commission. So that's a good answer.
I think maybe in one word, perspective. Perspective about the city, its strengths, who the people are, how good they are in running our city, city policies, ethics, moral values, transparency. I think that I understand that. And sometimes I talk to other commissions or their management, and they seem to be rather impatient and didn't quite even understand the processes that they were objecting to. The other thing that I really have appreciated in my years of service is now when a neighbor or a friend comes up from the Sunnyvale residency and complains about something, I can usually give them an explanation of why that thing is that way, all public knowledge, and tell them that if they would like to go further in it, give them a direction of who to write to. So kind of being a service to my local neighbors has also been a pleasure for me. But basically, I think the experience I've had in management and in consulting and in planning and in teaching has been very valuable here. I would hope to bring those ideas to the party.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Melton.
Hi, Ralph, it's Russ. How are you?
I'm fine.
It's really great to see you here tonight. And thank you for your willingness to continue service to the city of Sunnyvale as an appointed official. You know, Ralph, I've seen you in action as the chair of the Parks and Recreation Commission. And some words that I wrote down here, Ralph, to describe the many qualities that I think you bring to the city. I wrote down thoughtful, involved, and a calm and steady hand. At the Parks and Rec Commission, some issues that have real importance to the community come in terms of outdoor activities, dog leash, study issues, cricket stadium, racket sports. I mean, these are a lot of important things that have come before the Parks and Rec Commission. And I wanted to say that I've really admired your thoughtful and steady approach to issues that come before you. I know you pay very close attention, Ralph, to sort of the numbers, and we have a lot of really super high quality applicants to the Sustainability Commission. So no matter what may happen, I just want you to continue to be involved, Ralph, and keep making that excellent contribution. And thanks for listening, Ralph. I just wanted to share all of that with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next up is Councilmember Fong.
Hey, Ralph, I hope you're doing well. I just remember my pleasant experience with you that one time we had the joint library board and Parks Commission on the Lakewood Branch Library. I appreciated you providing perspective on that. So again, thank you for all your service. The question I have is, when you look up the work plan of the Sustainability Commission, it's pretty daunting. It's a huge work plan. And so how would you as a commissioner be able to help the Sustainability Commission focus?
Again, I think if we were to objectively look at the value and the contribution by some scale or some measurement of the many activities on this plan, playbook, we would have to do some evaluation first in order to prioritize which are the more important ones and which should have the greater focus. But I think that one of the limitations that I see here is there's so much involved in the excellent work you've been doing since I was first involved many years ago. There are so many things going on that it would be hard to bring all this good work to the public's attention in its current format. And that's why I suggested development of possibly a quick reference guide, which could be even done in various languages and eventually sent to all the various people, the residents of our great city. I've noticed that it just seems that there's a lot of things that we do in Sunnyvale here, the government and the commissions, that the people, the residents have very little knowledge about. And that's why I was glad that we were able to do our first liaison with the neighborhood association last night and begin to spread the word and ask them to give us feedback on what their neighborhood and neighbors think ought to be done in the city. So I think that kind of thing, getting the good word out is very important. And if I can, I'll just add one last thing of things that I feel could be very important. One would be to develop with great vigor and great involvement a Sunnyvale resilience plan. I heard the excellent presentation by Mr. Patton the other night at his meeting, and he did a great work on Bruce Patton, great work on collecting information. But now that's an idea where I also had a thought here. If you get a good survey and good results and figure out what's needed to be done and what other people are doing, I think it's nice to have that result as he presented so succinctly. But then I think the important thing is to put it into play, put it in action, get something back from that survey and put it in action. And I think that based on where we live here, with the fact that the Bay Area itself over the years is going to be very subject to climate change, and we're still subject to earthquakes, I really think Sunnyvale needs a very, very well thought out resilience plan for both its residents and for our structures. So I just want to throw that in there if I could, but thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Ralph.
Okay, Ralph, I want to again thank you for your longtime service to our city and considering to apply for a new board and commission. So so as far as the upcoming process, council will be making its decision on May 25th, and then the city clerk will contact you after that meeting to inform you of the final results.
I noticed that we have a minute or two left. Could I ask a question here?
Absolutely.
Okay. Could I just explain why why I've known for a long time that when I had to leave the Parks and Rec, I wanted to go to the Sustainability Commission?
Sure. That's a great question.
Because I've attended many of their meetings and many of their open houses and webinars in person and on Zoom, probably 15 or 20 over the last couple of years. I admire the people who have been on that commission, how it's managed. I think what you're doing is extremely important for the reasons I just mentioned. And sustainability issues and outside issues and Parks and Rec issues, I think, have an overlap, as you alluded to. And therefore, it was kind of a natural morphing to go from P&R to sustainability. And that's why I've been so excited and so passionate about this, because ever since we moved to Sunnyvale in 1971, we have tried everything we can without prompting and without guidance from the city to preserve our water, our electricity, our resources of all kinds, because we just believe in that. So I have that as an inborn nature to want to think about the ecology and the sustainability. So it's a natural thing for me. So thank you very much. I have one other point. I did make a little outline here with things that I knew I wouldn't get a chance to talk to you about. Would it be all right if it's very simple and short to read. Would it be all right if I just emailed it to the entire council?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. That'll be a PS.
Yep. No, and thank you for that. And I've always appreciated, you've been very detail oriented and, understanding the process and communicating to your neighbors and other people in the community about what's happening at the city. I appreciate that long-term commitment and your need and your want to continue to serve our city. So thank you.
Okay. And thanks to all of you, and stay well.
Okay. Have a good evening.
Good evening.
City Clerk, are we ready for the next candidate?
Yes, next candidate, Alex, is being promoted to panelist.
Good evening.
Hi, Alex.
Hi.
Welcome.
Sorry for the background noise. My Malamute is responding to sirens in the background.
Not a problem. I'm used to that in my home also of the random dog barking when someone comes to the door. So I'm Sunnyvale Mayor Larry Klein. Thanks for applying to BPAC and the Sustainability Commission. So,
yes.
And let me explain the process. So each council member will have a chance to ask you a question, and keep in mind that the interview is scheduled for 15 minutes. So as you're answering those questions, realize how long your answers might be. And so first up is myself asking questions. And you said that you are a bike commuter. And so
yes,
thank
indeed.
you for being a longtime bike commuter and being on the ground, seeing definitely how the city can be improved. What bike infrastructure projects would you like to see in the short term added to the city? And I don't know if you had a chance to look at our ATP or active transportation plan, but if you do,
I have. I've had a look at the bicycle Vision Zero plan and the plans that the Bicycle Commission has put out, and the Sustainability Climate Action Plan. I find these as very interrelated. They're both trying to encourage bicycles, pedestrians in particular, but also on the sustainability side, reduced vehicle traffic by doubling up and using mass transit, all of which would make the biking environment more pleasant. In my 20 years of living in Sunnyvale, I've been very fortunate to usually have a bicycle commute of about 5 to 10 miles. So, this is good to see the various roads in the city, and not only to work, but also biking with my kids to the local schools, Cumberland, Sunnyvale Middle, and Homestead. So what I would like to see in terms of bicycle improvements are, of course, more bike lanes, maybe the removal of parking on some streets in order to make a bike lane that is even wider. Because, for example, on Mary, you've seen the study that a lot of collisions have occurred in the Mary corridor, and this could be probably alleviated by dedicating more space to bikes and reducing parking by half, which is a difficult ask, I realize, because people need to put these cars somewhere.
Absolutely. And thanks for looking at those documents. And definitely that is always the issue of that balance. And that's one of the big issues that goes to like the BPAC is how to deal with a reduction of parking spaces, and improving bicycle safety is always a challenge. And it's making sure that trying to make our streets that much safer from Vision Zero standpoint, as well as the ATP.
Because most trips within this that people take are less than 10 miles, and we live in a climate which is mild and the geography is very flat. It seems like this is perfect for bicycles. If we could incentivize people to say try an electric bike, which makes a 5 to 10 mile commute very easy for even someone who's not used to biking, I think we could convince quite a few people to switch from car to bicycle.
That's fantastic. Thank you. Next up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Hello, and thank you very much for applying for a couple different positions. If you're able to get on either one of these, if you look out 12 or 24 months and you look, how would you kind of evaluate your success, not the success of the board or commission, but how would you look at and want to look at the success of your participation on a board and commission?
First, I would hope to have gained a mastery of all the issues that the board is involved in studying, whether it's on the bicycle committee, the encouragement of bikes and the increasing safety of pedestrians, and the various means at our disposal to do this. On the sustainability side, the environment is much broader. And here, knowing how the city gets water, treats water, gets electricity, and where the electricity demand is, the natural gas use and the emissions from it, the transportation demands, how in particular, and also the waste stream. One of the interesting facts or goals that caught my eye is the reduction of waste to 1 pound per person per day. And that made me curious to understand what is in the waste stream that makes us think this is a doable goal. I know that we're already composting a lot more than we used to, but what else is low-hanging fruit, so to speak, in this? So
Yeah,
I would like.
No, go ahead.
If I were to consider myself successful after a year or two of being on the committee, I would have understood all of the questions and inputs of the topics I just addressed.
Okay, great. And I'll just say, the challenge we have on the waste stream is it's no longer the low hanging fruit. We got to get, it's now all the hard stuff. But thank you very much for your answers.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Hi, nice to meet you. Thank you for applying.
Likewise.
And I wanted to focus on the BPAC, specifically on the pedestrian part of that, because it is the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission.
Yes.
And wanted to get, and I know you've said you've looked at the ATP and Vision Zero and so on. So I wanted to get your thoughts on the pedestrian experience in Sunnyvale, what we should be focusing on to improve the pleasantness, the attractiveness, the safety, any of the above for encouraging people to walk in Sunnyvale.
I think the last year of pandemic has taught us that Murphy Street closed off to traffic with seating outside for the restaurants and bars makes that street much more inviting and pleasant. It reminds me of European downtowns, which have enormous pedestrian zones. I think this is something we can strive to roll out and make permanent in Murphy and extend to other areas of the downtown.
Great.
There's no reason, I see little benefit in having half a block more devoted to cars when you see on a daily basis so many people enjoying the outside and in a quieter, much safer environment.
Yeah.
So that to me is a goal which I think would find ready acceptance in the public.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Melton.
Hi, Alex. I'm Russ, and it's really nice to meet you over Zoom here tonight. Thank you for applying for the 2 commissions. And I agree with you that the commissions have a lot of synchronicity or overlap, as do our policy documents, Alex, the Climate Action Plan, the ATP, Vision Zero Plan. So that's all good stuff. Tell me your experiences, because you mentioned your kids are at a local elementary school, and that brings to my mind, Alex, important topics like safe routes to school and how our children get to school safely and get back home in the afternoon. Do you have any thoughts about what we could be doing better or what's working well? That's just sort of an open-ended question.
I noticed something I was very pleased to see in the bicycle report, and that is the intersection that's very close to my heart, Pastoria and El Camino. It's also very close to the city. I live on Pastoria, and this has been for 10 years my bicycle route to school with my kids. And also that intersection, Pastoria El Camino, has been identified as a source of quite a few accidents. One of the solutions identified was a bulb out. I think giving Pastoria a dedicated bike lane, and Hollenbeck too, for that matter. These streets are quite unpleasant to bike on when the traffic is high. So I bike on the street, and always my kids are on the sidewalk for that reason. And so that's to get to Cumberland. Sunnyvale Middle is fairly pleasant once we get off of Pastoria and Hollenbeck. Homestead, the stretch between El Camino and Cascade is, Mary, between El Camino and Cascade is not very nice, but after Cascade, it's very pleasant. And this is due to the variance in width of the biking lane, I think.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing your thoughts.
Welcome.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Yeah, hi Alex, and thanks for applying. And I'm a fellow Husky dad, so I feel your pain, except mine doesn't howl, so I don't feel you there. But I want to thank you for applying. And the only question I had is a question I commonly ask of potential bike or sustainability commissioners, which is, what do you think about the use of micromobility in the bike lane right of area? And so, for example, electric scooters, electric bikes, can they be allowed to ride in the bike lane, or should they be on the street? What is your perspective on that?
I've shared the bike lane with many electric bikes and a few scooters, and it's, as long as our speeds aren't too different, I don't see a problem with it. It's the same problem with traffic when biking on, say, Central, which I've done once and only once, and decided that's not a good idea long ago. The speed difference is what is very scary. It's really all about sharing the lane with concern for and attention to the other users of the lane. I don't think it should be something that we prohibit. Even among normal bicyclists, there are those who are training for a race and ride very fast, and there are those who prefer to bike a little slower. The same goes for riding electric bikes or scooters.
Great, thank you so much, appreciate it.
Thank you. And next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much, Alex, for applying.
Welcome.
And it's a pleasure to meet you this evening. And I've appreciated your answers so far. I had one quick question. I noticed here that you say that you've been involved with PTA, and you mentioned that you have 4 kids. And so that's a lot of experience right there with being involved in a sort of a civic organization. So what lessons from being on PTA can you take to a boarding commission, or how do you think that experience will help you?
Learning that the public is full of good ideas and that we should listen to them. That's, I think, the main thing I learned from being on PTA. It's not only the elected people who have good ideas, but those interested members of the public who show up to meetings and express opinions or relate observations, which result in very interesting input to policy decisions.
Most definitely. Thank you for the answer. I appreciate it.
Welcome.
Okay, Alex. I just want to thank you again for applying for our boards and commissions. A final decision will be made on May 25th. And then the city clerk will then be contacting you after that meeting to inform you the final outcome. So thanks again for being here tonight and joining the conversation.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Have a good evening.
You too.
See you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, the next applicant, Justin, is being promoted to panelist.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Justin. Good to see you.
Good to be here.
So I'll take a moment to explain our process. Each council member will have an opportunity to ask you a question, and the interview is scheduled for 15 minutes. So please keep that in mind as you're answering your questions. And first up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Thank you very much. Justin, thank you for applying for, I think it's sustainability here. So if you were able to get onto the State Sustainability Commission, if you looked out 12 or 24 months and looked at what was success, well, how would you define, or what would you want to be hoping to achieve with success from your participation on it, not with the board and commission itself, but success of your involvement with it?
So what would I see as being a successful outcome from me being on the Sustainability Commission?
Yeah, the kind of that, what's that personal, what are the things that are going to drive your success, you feeling that you've done a good job being there?
Absolutely. So I'm currently, as you all probably well know, I'm involved with Livable Sunnyvale. I really value the community input and the people of Sunnyvale. So I think for me, the reason that I really want to join this commission is that I want to be able to kind of dive into these policies and these things that that we can recommend and review and submit to the city council. So for me, I would really want to feel like I've done a good job, having preparing for the meetings, really reviewing documents and making the best possible recommendations that I can make. And then with that, talking to my peers. And hopefully, I spend some time on sustainability, and then I'm also interested in, even the bicycle and pedestrian. I'm an avid bicyclist. I think I really want to encourage, leverage my experience on the commission to encourage other members of the public to participate in commissions like this. So I really want to get that firsthand experience so I can share it with my peers.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Hi, Justin. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
And through the various advocacy groups that you work with, I'm sure you've seen a number of cities around here and a variety of approaches. What things have you seen work particularly well in other cities that you might want to emulate in Sunnyvale, or just, approaches that we could learn from?
Yeah, absolutely. So one thing that I'm currently doing in my work is, so San Jose, the city of San Jose is currently working on reforming their parking policy. And so what they're thinking about doing is removing parking minimums, which would, essentially give developers more flexibility in right-sizing the parking that they construct for the developments. Right now, I believe the statistic in the United States is that for every one car, there's 800 parking spaces, which is kind of staggering. So it's a lot of space that, in my opinion, is underutilized. So there are things that we can and should be doing to right-size that parking. That being said, it's easy to say that from like a very technical, in academia, this is the X, Y, and Z reasons you should do this. But one of the things that we did in our outreach was we try to reach out to those hard to reach communities, those lower income communities of color that often aren't at the table when we discuss policies like this. And we really want to make sure that we were grounding the work that we were doing in equity and in finding that this actually was what the community wanted, because it's all fine and dandy to have something that you think is a good idea, but it's really important to ground that work in, what are the real world impacts on our residents and our neighbors. So I guess my takeaway from that process is, one, we really want to go to the experts. We looked at people in Sacramento, at people in Seattle, where they have done this work and they've seen tremendous success. Developers saved hundreds of millions of dollars that were able to be diverted for community benefits. So there's clear benefits there. But of course, you can't get ahead of yourselves. You have to put the people first, and you have to talk to them and make sure that you're not, creating a bigger mess than you had in the beginning. So, do the homework, and then do the homework with the policy, and then do the homework with the actual implementation, which I think Sunnyvale does already do a pretty great job of, but I think is a, something to keep in mind as we grow as a city.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Melton.
Hi, Justin, it's Russ, and thank you for all your hard work on local advocacy groups. In your application, you mentioned, when asked about policy issues for sustainability, one of the ones you mentioned is resilience of our water supply.
Yes.
So I thought I'd ask you about that. What does resilience of our water supply mean to you?
Yes, absolutely. So one of the big things that I think we've all seen the headlines, we're heading into a drought, there's real questions about, our water usage. And, one of the things I'm very conscious of in my day job with Greenbelt Alliance, we often advocate for more housing, which, with more people, that can often mean more water being used, which, there's certain efficiencies that you get with certain densities, so on and so forth. And so I think that what I am really excited to be doing is, so actually in my job, I worked on this case study for Spur on, it's titled the Water for a Growing Bay Area report. It should be released this month. And so it kind of explores a whole range of different policies that could be implemented. One of which I think is really exciting is on-site non-potable water reuse. So this is something that has been piloted in Google at their Bayview project in Mountain View, where in a lot of buildings, a lot of commercial buildings right now, we're flushing toilets with perfectly good drinking water, with potable water. And so what they do is that, they're able to recycle water, through a series of processes. They're able to make it so that you recycle that water, and you're actually, you have gray water that you can use to water the plants with, that you can flush toilets with, that you wouldn't want to drink, have people drink from. And that kind of reduces the strain on our filtered potable water that we work really hard to make drinkable, right? But instead of flushing down the toilet, we're making sure that's reserved for those uses. So stuff like that, which I think is really exciting, cutting edge technology and policies that can be enabled through, through government. Right now there's a lot of stuff with licensing and regulations. It's still kind of a very emerging field. So I think there's a lot of work to be, there's a lot of work to be done in terms of understanding these policies and the ramifications for us on a local and regional level. And I think that would definitely be something that sustainability could look at.
Excellent. Thanks for sharing, Justin.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Hey, Justin, good to see you again. I have a personal bias as a council staffer and a council member, where I think it's an asset to be able to have that as your day job working on policy. But on the other hand, one could see it as, how do you separate yourself when there's potential conflicts of interest? So could you just speak to how you would approach that topic of your day job as a Greenbelt Alliance and sometimes a lobbyist essentially to certain agencies and your role as a commissioner?
Absolutely. And I agree. That's a very important question. I'm glad you asked it. So it's something that I find myself doing right now a little bit with my Greenbelt hat and my Louisville Sunnyvale hat, where, there are two distinct organizations, of course, but often with similar policy goals. We align on many issues. And I work closely with them on certain grants. And I'm a board member for Louisville Sunnyvale, but I find myself in meetings where I have to make clear the distinction. I'm wearing my Greenbelt hat, I'm wearing my Louisville Sunnyvale hat. And so that's something that I've been able to hone in really on in the last year. I've served on the board for about a year now. And I work really hard to make sure that I'm clear on when I'm wearing each of those different hats. And so I think that's a skill that I've developed. As far as, personal practice, like on a tangible level, like what do I do? I actually like to keep, notes of what are, I have like a little notebook where it's just like Greenbelt and livable and like other perspectives that I take into account, and really grounding myself and making sure that I'm not misrepresenting the groups that I'm affiliated with. So of course, I understand the Sustainability Commission is very different from the other hats that I've been accustomed to wearing. And I've actually seen this in, I've had a little bit of mentorship from somebody you might be familiar with, Richard Mellinger, who is on the BPAC and also on the Louisville Sunnyvale. So I've definitely heard some of the challenges of keeping those separate. And, I can't, I haven't been on a commission yet, but I'd like to think that I would be able to do that in a respectful way.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Hi, Justin. It's nice to see you. Thank you so much for applying and for your work in the community. It's really important, and I'm really glad to see engaged people wanting to be more engaged. My question is, on the Sustainability Commission, your first year, you get on, what is your top priority that you'd look to accomplish?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I think the biggest thing for me is that this is sort of for the non-answer. I think for me, like really wanting to ground myself in Sustainability Commission, I really want to come in as a blank slate. I can't say that I have a clear agenda. Obviously, there's things I've been pursuing through Louisville Sunnyvale and through Greenbelt Alliance that I've seen, from my current knowledge that these are best practices to, in my current mind. But I know that, you know, joining the Sustainability Commission is obviously going to be a huge commitment. And I really want to give that the respect it deserves by, you know, taking my time within my first year to really ground myself in the Sustainability Commission and using that viewpoint and not just adopting ones from, you know, my other hats. And that being said, obviously, I do have a clear, you know, as I alluded to earlier, I am definitely concerned about water resiliency. Clean energy is also one that I'm not intimately familiar with. I know I worked a little bit on the previous campaign, but I'm not intimately familiar with it. But I think those two are things that I'm definitely interested in. And like a third tertiary one that I think is also relevant, but I'd want to keep it within the scope of the Sustainability Commission is, you know, the idea that proper development can reduce greenhouse gases, which, you know, we are in a climate emergency. So that's something that I would want to hopefully address, but obviously that might not be something that comes up on the docket immediately. So hopefully, yeah, I think that's my top three.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Really interesting stuff. I appreciate the answer. Thanks.
Definitely.
Thank you. And so I appreciate your answers as far as dealing with the conflict of your different hats. Let's talk a little bit about specifics. So have you reviewed the Climate Action Playbook? And what's your feeling of that? I can't remember if you were part of that process, how active you were.
I wasn't, no, by the time I was engaged with the Climate Action Playbook, it was already written and I was just reviewing it. I actually think it's a really excellent document. You know, I think the problem really is that people just don't know that it exists or they don't know how to access it because it's just, you know, like the city staff do such an amazing job with, you know, all the research and the resources they put together and things that are out there. But what I found is people don't even know where to start. You know, they don't even think to Google it, which seems simple, you know, like, but, you know, I say that, but it's, you know, I'm doing this for a living. So it's, of course, it's simple to me. And I think that the biggest thing that is really, you know, like with things like with resources like the Climate Action Playbook, I think it's really getting into the hands of the people that need to be involved and recognizing the people who are, you know, the people who have the greatest implications from the Climate Action Playbook, the people who are most likely to be affected and, you know, impacted with the greatest magnitude are often people who don't have the time to go search out these resources for themselves. And so thinking about the accessibility of this information that we're putting out there is definitely top of mind. But overall, I think, you know, resources like that the city has done are great. You know, it makes my job easy, frankly. So I really like it. It just, you know, Sunnyvale's Climate Action Plan in a nutshell, I appreciate it a lot.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And so we have a few minutes left. Do you have any questions for council? And keep in mind, you might get 7 different answers.
No, you know, I guess for the council members, you know, what is it that you would love to see from, you know, what is your ideal Sustainability Commission member have? And, you know, if I am lucky enough to become a commission member, what would you want to see from me or the rest or the commission at large?
So this is definitely one that I'm sure you get 7 different answers on, at least for myself. And this is the thing of getting a diverse group on the Sustainability Commission is always a goal. You know, getting from a diversity of backgrounds, a diversity of, I'll say, interests and advocacy. So to me, that's always an important thing. You know, whether or not it's backgrounds, ages, you know, and that's, you don't want everybody thinking exactly the same way. Not that that's a bad thing, but you do want, you know, people with different interests, different ideas, different, you know, directions as far as what they would like to see. And, you know, from my standpoint, I really appreciate the Sustainability Commission because it does, it has its education. So it does its sustainability speaker series. And then it's the recommendations that they give to staff, to council on new directions. And definitely that is one area that's constantly changing as new information becomes available, as new ideas, like exactly I visited Bayshore and saw some of the things that Google's doing in their construction there for you know, saving water, and it's bringing those ideas, it's educating the rest of that commission as well as our residents on what's available, and, you know, bringing those ideas forward. So that to me is some of the top ideas. And I'll throw it to the rest of council if anyone else is interested in answering that. If anyone, okay. So that's a quick overview.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah. Are there any more questions for me, or did we just, record time?
We're down one council member, so things have been going just a slightly bit faster today. But thank you for joining us again. And the final decision will be made at our council meeting on May 25th. The city clerk will then contact you after that meeting to inform you of the final outcome.
Great. That's awesome. Thanks
Great.
again so much for your time. I really appreciate it, and great to see you all.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. And thanks for applying.
Good evening, everyone. Bye-bye.
Okay. And at this time, we'll take about a 15-minute recess, and we will reconvene at 9 p.m.
And Mr. Mayor, we've reached 9 o'clock. Your next
Okay.
applicant, Jonathan Lee, is on, and we'll promote him to a panelist.
Thank you. Hi, Jonathan.
Hi. Hi, Mayor
Hello
Klein.
there.
Hi.
Welcome. So I'm
Thank you.
Sunnyvale Mayor Larry Klein. I'll just take a moment to express our thanks for you applying and just explain our process here. So each council member will have an opportunity to ask you a question, and the interview is scheduled to last for 15 minutes. So please keep that in mind when you're answering. And first up is Councilmember Larson.
Hi, Jonathan. Thank you for applying. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's really nice to meet you over Zoom. So on a commission with 7 members, or really any number of members, each person brings something different to the table. And what I'm sure you've been involved in other groups before. How would you describe what you generally bring to the table? What's your kind of approach perspective?
Okay, well, I guess just for my work itself, I tend to be willing to go into technical details because if you don't, computers are very unforgiving. And also I work with big problems and big systems, so I have to think a little bit widely and deeply. So that's just what you know from my work. In terms of sort of the style I bring, people have told me I'm very conscientious. And maybe you get that from my application of what I've been trying to do. And I really like, there's this book, Getting to Yes, and they say, be hard on the problem and soft on people. And I really like that approach. You know, like at work, things are tough enough. And we're gonna need help, and we're gonna need to give help too. So I think just try to be kind and patient and assume positive intent. So I guess that's from a high level what I bring to the table in general.
Okay, good. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Next up, Councilmember Melton.
Hi, Jonathan. I'm Russ. It's really nice to meet you over Zoom. And thank you so much for applying to the Sustainability Commission. I really enjoyed the narrative that you wrote about the things that you've tried to accomplish in your life step by step, and small things when added together can lead to big results. I was wondering, what would be sort of like a goal of yours, a policy change or a positive change in the city that you'd like to see happen in your first year on the Sustainability Commission?
Well, I know it's a bit of a reach to hope for this, but I think mobility is actually really important for a city, just like in terms of functionality of the city, and also for people themselves being able to move around and think they have the freedom to move around. And what's kind of nice is it dovetails well with our sustainability goals, because it's like 50% of our carbon footprint right now. So what I'd like to see is actually if we could restore coverage in Sunnyvale. And so, okay, so I'm sorry, this might go a bit of a digression, but VTA Chair Hendricks probably already knows this, but VTA actually had a golden age. And back in 2000, which would be a good goal to set in terms of coverage, there were a lot more of Sunnyvale was within walking distance of a bus stop. And you know, just so many good things get unlocked. I mean, like we probably know that buses are more efficient than cars, right? I bought a plug-in in 2012 to support the industry. And EVs, they're great for giving us more runway, but I still prefer the bus. You know, like again, there's the efficiency, but now we learned that most of the microplastics that flow into the bay are not the biggest contributor to microplastics is car tires, right? And you and I eat like a credit card's worth of microplastics every week, right? It's probably not good. And then in terms of congestion, right? One bus versus 20 to 50 cars. Same thing applies to land use. We had a presentation last year about, I think it was parking, but he said 50% of the space of the land area of the city, right, is used for cars, and we need space for housing, right? And then from a personal level, like if you have a family, if one or both parents can ride the bus regularly, commute, right, then they can sell one of their cars, and then that saves a few $1,000s at least a year, right? And then they can invest in the city and also just start building some generational wealth, right? And then their personal health improves because you have to walk to get to the bus, right? Social health improves too. I mean, okay, when you're a bus rider, you get to meet people, right? So that senior you see, it turns out he's a World War II hero, right? And he goes to the bowling alley because that's like a social lifeline for him and his friends. And that woman's from the Seychelles, and she loves working with customers at the local store. And you see all these kids and you're like, oh, great. My tax dollars are paying for some of the best schools around. So, you realize, oh, Sunnyvale is this diverse, interesting community, and you're a part of it. And, maybe if you're single, you get lucky. So,
Right on.
Yeah.
Jonathan.
Yeah. So I love buses so much, right? But I just got one more thing, which is, buses are cheap, right? So if you do like $1 per month per resident, you fill in all the gaps. And if you do $5 a month per resident, you give us the system that all Sunnyvale residents deserve. So it's great stuff.
Right on. Thank you so much, Jonathan, for sharing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Yeah, hi, Jonathan. Thank you for applying. First off, I really love your energy and passion. It comes through in your application, and obviously in person. But I would change that quote to be go hard on the problem, start easy on people, and then work from there. But yeah, a question I have for you is just you mentioned that you've attended one border commission meeting, or what was that, a council meeting? Was that a commission meeting? What did you learn there? If you could just describe that very shortly of what your experience was.
Yeah, so I attended both a Sustainability Commission meeting and also your most recent City Council meeting, or one of them. So a couple things I learned, like from the commission meeting. Oh, this thing about resilience, no one knows what they're doing. And we're all scrambling and trying to figure it out. So, our guess is as good as anyone's, and we can lead on that front, right? We've got lots of smart people around. And then the City Council meeting I watched was about, okay, it's not mobile parks, it is prefabricated housing. That's one of the things I learned from that. And that was just very interesting too. All these people, I guess it seems like, a hedge fund somewhere, or maybe it's a private equity fund, somehow changed the game a little bit, and now a lot of people are feeling it. And so this is just one of the challenges. We don't get to choose our problems sometimes. Our problems just choose us, and we have to do the best we can.
Great, thank you for sharing that experience. We really like to hear about the resilience part, especially. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Hi there. It's a pleasure to meet you, and thank you so much for applying. It was really enlightening to read your statements, and actually my questions for you have all been asked and answered. So so I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you for being so thorough in your application and in your questions so far. I'm really looking forward to hearing more from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Jonathan, I just have a question. First, I want to thank you for living more responsibly. I think that's a great goal for everyone. And just wondering, as you're getting informed as far as Sunnyvale Sustainability Commission, did you happen to go through the Climate Action Playbook? And what were your takeaways if you did?
Oh yeah, well, of course, lots of great ideas. We're off to a good start, right? So one thing I did wonder about, so it's like coolants. And I'm sure like no one has thought of this because I sure didn't, but Project Drawdown says that dealing with coolants is the #1 thing we can do for combating climate change, which, you know, shocked me, probably shocks everyone else. And so I looked at our great website, right? How to get rid of anything. And what I noticed was, oh, if we're going to get rid of if we want to get rid of, let's say, a refrigerator or an air conditioner, it actually costs money to do so. And Project Drawdown also says that's 90% of where the emissions come from, the disposal. So like, okay, maybe we could do something different there. Think about it. The other thing is like, I used to have composting worms. Well, and I think like our current food cycle program is fantastic. It's so much more scalable, even though I came to like my pets. And I do wonder though, like how much of that food is actually still edible? Because like if we're giving it to animal feed, every time we eat meat, we lose like 90% of the energy, right? So, you know, there is stuff that goes into the food for like land and pesticides and fertilizers and water, right? So there's also like every few weeks I get something from the local food bank. I get a request, you know, please donate some more because, you know, your neighbors are hungry. And so maybe there's something we can do there. You know, I don't know, like this is just something to think about.
No, absolutely. And so that's one of the things that we've actually did with our franchise agreement
Okay,
with
cool.
specialty waste upcoming. So we're kicking off in the next year or so a program. And the earlier you can divert food in that cycle, the better. And so from that standpoint, you know, we're basically trying to divert, you know, edible food early on so that it immediately goes into, you know, shelters or people that are in need that actually could utilize that food. And then, you know, waste food, making sure that it doesn't make it into our landfill. And we're expanding that program, not just from our single family homes, but also our multifamily residences. So, you know, that is really an important thing to meet our climate action goals at the end of the day. And I appreciate, you know, your comments about Project Drawdown. We had that speaker come from a sustainability standpoint a few years ago now and speak. And that's one of the things that the Sustainability Commission does is bring in several speakers a year to educate our residents on all the possibilities of what can be done to be better citizens, so environmental citizens. So thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, and finally, Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Yeah, hello, Jonathan. You know, thanks for applying, and you know, it's very clear that you do research and understand the different things that are out there, and you've also been able to say something that most people don't, which is to articulate the interconnectedness of all these different problems that we have. That, you know, this is if these were simple linear issues, they'd be a lot easier to deal with, and they're not. They're interconnected and very dynamic for what goes on, and you know, it's a balloon. You push on one side and it pokes out on the other with some other different kind of things. So I think, like I said, not everyone communicates that aspect of what's going on.
Oh,
but I wanted to go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that's what some people tell me. The ability to synthesize is helpful.
Yeah. So I just wanted to ask you, if you get on the Sustainability Commission, if you looked out 12 or 24 months, how would you define success for yourself being on the board and commission? Not what the board and commission did, but how would you look at what would successful participation on the board and commission look like for you personally?
So I guess maybe some of it is like results. So in terms of thinking about coverage, I know it takes a while to get changes in bus coverage, but if we had a clear movement in that direction, that would be great. Second thing, we talked about like refrigeration, since that's #1. Excellent. And then I guess more on a personal level, just learning more about how things work and contributing. I think that's very important. Sometimes we can't, or I feel like I can't necessarily control outcomes, but I can control how I conduct myself and how I learn. So I would want to learn a lot and also participate well in addition to those other results.
Okay, thanks for those answers. And if you ever want to have a discussion sometime about what's going on at VTA and some of those dynamic interconnected problems inside the organization that relate to the outside, send me a note and I'd be happy to have a conversation with you.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Jonathan, thank you for your interest. Thank you for your enthusiasm. The final decision will be made by City Council at our meeting on May 25th. And the city clerk will then contact you after that meeting to give you a final outcome. So thank you for being here.
Great. Thank you very much.
Have a good evening.
Bye.
City clerk, are we ready for our next person?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Avanti is being promoted to the panelist role. And let's see if they have Avanti. If you happen to have a camera, are you able to turn there?
There we go.
Video on.
Hi, Avanti.
Hi, Larry.
Hey, good to see you. Let me take a moment to explain the process. Each council member will have an opportunity to ask you a question, and the interview is scheduled for about 15 minutes, so please keep that in mind when answering the questions. And first up is Councilmember Melton.
Hello, Avanti. I'm Russ, and it's really nice to meet you over Zoom. And thank you for applying to the Sustainability Commission. I have a question. You mentioned your experience with home electrification. Home electrification is a skill or attribute that you could bring to the Sustainability Commission. Can you just tell us more about all of that, about your experiences and how it all connects?
Sure. I started my journey with buying an EV because when I had to upgrade my ICE vehicle, the gas vehicle, EV was like something that I really wanted to try and I really loved it. And then I got solar panels so that I could easily electrify it's an easy first step. It's a no-brainer in my mind for anybody. Just make your house run on clean energy and also your car. And then I kind of got motivated and challenged myself. How can I go further? So I got a second EV, and then I replaced my water heater with a heat pump water heater recently, and I used the SDC rebate. Thank you for Sunnyvale for telling me about that. And so basically, I am 95% or so electric now at home. I still have a gas space heater, but I don't use it that much. I'm a frugal person and I kind of use electric blankets rather than use the gas heating. So whatever I can do to reduce my fossil fuel usage has been a motivating factor. And that was my journey. And I kind of started talking to people, friends and family too much about this. And then I wrote down my document to share it much more widely. And then Sunnyvale also featured this in their home electrification spotlight and so on. That's a short summary of my journey so far.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing.
Sure. Thank you, Russ.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Hi, Avanti, and thank you for applying. If you could just describe, you mentioned that you've watched some city council and planning meetings. I don't know if you've watched a sustainability meeting, but just what public meetings have you watched related to sustainability that interested you and why?
Yeah, I watched the planning committee meeting and the most recent sustainability commission meeting. There was a presentation about other resilient cities, and that was super interesting and informative to me. The one thing that kind of stuck with me when I watched that, actually two things. One of them was climate adaptation. There was a statement by the council commissioner said, if we know which are the heat pockets in Sunnyvale, we could actually plant more trees and try to fix it, improve that heat problem, because we are going to be facing heat waves. One of the statements I saw, don't think of 2020 as the hottest year in the last 100 years, think of it as the coolest year in the next 100 years. So I see this as a problem and it's a new normal. The other thing that I found very interesting was the map, the ArcGIS map of Boston, where we could see the flood areas in 2030 or 2050. That is very interesting, sort of like as part of my work, I'm trying to do a 20% like a part-time project to see if we can come up with climate risk assessment using the high resolution data that we have. And we're just still starting out, but that was a very interesting idea for me when I saw that.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and experience. Really appreciate learning about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Maisie.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Hello, and thank you so much for applying. It's really a pleasure to meet you this evening. Really was great reading your application here, and I'm really glad to hear that you've attended some meetings and were able to get a sense of what it's about and what they're working on. And my question would be, what would be your priority, number one, coming into the commission? Not necessarily like I'm a campaign promise type thing, but what do you hope to focus on?
Being the home electrification ambassador, as I call it, I want to see if we can come up with more better incentives for people to do more electrification and bring down their fossil fuel usage, whether we can electrify apartment buildings and improve the EV charging infrastructure across the city so that people are more motivated to switch to EVs. Although California wants it to be most 100% EV by 2035, why don't Sunnyvale go 100% EV by 2025, something like that. The other thing I want to see is whether we can, Sunnyvale as a city can be a model for building resilience and equity also on the side, because climate change is a problem that's going to affect poorer people more than the rich people, and whether we can help everybody in this crisis.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that response. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for being a zero waste advocate. Have you had a chance to go through the Climate Action Playbook, and what's your take on our next plays for the next few years and beyond?
Totally. I did glance at it. Decarbonization and the buildings and the transportation, I think that's a no-brainer. We have to do that. And I was also part of the food cycle video recently, wherein we were promoting the food cycling and the EV workshops also. So those are excellent ideas to like build share information and like make more people knowledgeable about all the things that they could do and contribute. And I hope to share more ideas with the City Council and what the Environmental Services Department can do in the future.
Thank you very much. Next up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
So Avanti, nice to meet you. Thanks for applying to the Sustainability Commission. First of all, you made a very scary statement when you said we shouldn't think of this as the hottest year, but it's the coolest year of the next 100 years. Thanks, I get to have nightmares tonight. But you talk about, you're on this journey. I'm on a similar journey of electric vehicle, solar panel, induction, range, stovetop. You have to go through electrical panel upgrades and things like that. And having gone through that, what do you see as the biggest challenge or roadblock or issue for a mass adoption? And let's just say in single family homes, let's leave the multifamily alone just for a second. What do you see as what's it going to take us to get the masses to be able to do some of those things?
Yeah, the incentives certainly help in like spurring people to adopt these new technologies and bring down their carbon footprint. There is a certain amount of inertia, which I think is a problem. People tend to think, if I make this change, is it going to be that much of moving the needle? Is it that much going to be that much of a help? that is one part of it, and the incentives and the inertia. The other thing I would think is finding information about what people can do. Like I kind of advise the home electrification startup, my neighbor startup, which kind of told me just replacing the water heater from gas to the heat pump is the biggest step that I can take to reduce my gas usage. That was absolutely true. At the end of year one, I brought down my gas usage from I brought it down by like 80%. So it's information like this could be more widely available so that people can use that. And the other part of the problem is finding qualified plumbers and electricians to perform these kind of projects. And having all this information in one place in an easily accessible format might help.
Okay, great. Thanks very much, and best wishes on the continuation of your journey.
Thank you, Glenn. And I also do have an induction cooktop. I'm a little nervous and I forgot about that part.
No, and they're awesome.
Totally. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up is Councilmember Larson.
Hi, thank you for joining us tonight. So I see you've served as an ambassador or community advocate in a number of different areas related to sustainability. I'm interested in what tips you have for engaging community members, for someone who wants to be more effective as an advocate.
Just interest for somebody who's interested in that. And just being, I'm part of multiple groups, the Carbon Free Palo Alto, Carbon Free Mountain View, where I can get different ideas. Like right now, I'm trying to be an ambassador for fossil-free buildings, so on. So just being connected and like keeping eyes open on what's there and what kind of intersects with your interest would be the number one tip, I would say.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Appreciate your efforts.
Okay, Avanti. I just want to thank you for applying and thank you for your efforts in helping promote, basically being a good environmental citizen within Sunnyvale. And so let me give you a quick overview of the process. So a final decision from council will be made on May 25th, and then the city clerk will contact you after that meeting to inform you of the outcome. So thanks for joining us tonight and answering our questions.
Thank you very much.
You have a good evening.
You too. Thank you.
Take care. City clerk.
Mr. Mayor, next interviewee, Christina, has been promoted to panelist.
Hello.
Hello, Christina. So I'm Sunnyvale Mayor Larry Klein. I just want to take a moment to explain our process tonight. Each council member will have an opportunity to ask you a question, and the interview is scheduled for 15 minutes. So please keep that in mind as you form your answers. And with that, up first is Councilmember Fong.
Yeah, hi, Christina, and thank you for applying. So as our resident climate scientist, what is something you think, and no worries if you don't know if the city's already doing it, but something that you really think the city needs to focus on in terms of bang for our buck kind of thing?
Yeah. So yeah, I do climate as my day job, and the short answer is there is really no one thing I think that will fix everything. We need to do a lot of things at once. And I think the Climate Action Playbook gets at that reasonably well. The different categories like make electricity cleaner and decarbonize buildings and change how we're doing our transport and get rid of, single-use plastics and all that stuff. I think we need to do a little bit of everything there. Yeah.
Well, if I could just rephrase, Mayor, really quick, like what is one thing that you would like to see us do that maybe is not emphasized in the climate action plan, or something that maybe you just haven't come across that you in your work as a climate scientist?
In climate change in general, I would love to see more focus on like adaptation and resiliency, and that does show up in the Climate Action Playbook, but I think it's sort of like a little afterthought at the very bottom, but that's going to be something that we are going to have to deal with no matter what. And I don't know that we've thought at all about what that looks like, or that we're mentally prepared as a society in order to be able to do it. So I would like to see more of that. I don't have an answer for how to do it.
No, great. That's a great answer. Thank you so much. Appreciate
Biking
it.
more is something I can definitely advocate for, but yeah.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Hi, Christina. It's really nice to finally meet you over Zoom. I have a question. So you mentioned here that you've done STEM outreach in different K-12 education initiatives, which is really great. That outreach component's really important with the Sustainability Commission, as I'm sure you know. That's a big chunk of kind of what the city does to accomplish some of its goals, besides the big policy things. And I was wondering, how would you go about engaging more people around climate, really getting their buy-in to make these changes that you were just talking about?
Yeah, so I think sort of my philosophy as to how we actually accomplish things is we need to make the default option the best option. So I think it's less about communication of the climate action playbook that we have and everything. It's about how do we implement it so more people are able to make the climate better decisions. So like one thing that I would really like to see as a renter is, it seems like a lot of the focus of the electrification and stuff is focused towards homeowners, but there are a lot of renters, and it's not clear to me at all that landlords and property owners have had that outreach or have the motivation in order to, you know, improve insulation of buildings and get away from natural gas and stuff like that. So I would like to see more of that so that we don't have to convince people why climate is cool. I will also say that climate is cool, but sort of that thing is a lot slower process that is sort of individual interactions of trying to understand what is going to motivate somebody to make a change, whether this is economics or caring about the environment or other things. There are a bunch of different ways, but that's a lot slower. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. That's really interesting. I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so I definitely am impressed with your background, you know, astrophysics and oceanography. And, you know, as far as your day job is concerned, you're talking about studying the particles in South Africa. And so, you know, just wondering, do you do a lot of travel? Is it all kind of remote, you know, remote collection of data? And then how applicable that is, you know, is that your long-term goal as far as your focus for the next coming years? Or, you know, how does your day job kind of change as climate science changes?
Yeah, so the short answer is, if we, as scientists, we write proposals, and if the proposal gets selected, then we get to go and do the science. And that's like probably my favorite part of the job. Obviously, the last year we have done absolutely no travel, but we wouldn't have done travel anyway, because the last project that I'm currently working on, the data analysis and stuff, ended in 2018, the last collection there. So the science there is actually really applicable to things we might see in California. We went off the coast of Africa because we were really interested in how particles interact with clouds. And so you go to a place where you know you're going to have a persistent smoke signal, and you know you're going to have a persistent cloud field. And that happens to be the southern part of Africa, just off the coast over the ocean, because they have a stratocumulus deck pretty similar to what California does. But we cannot predict, fortunately, that there will be fires every single year in California, we hope. So for that reason, we went there. But it gets to the heart of sort of the biggest, we start all of our papers with, it's the biggest uncertainty in climate science is there's these particles and they all have different properties, and the clouds all have different properties, and the meteorology is all different. And so we're just trying to better understand that uncertainty. But the good thing is these particles, they will, if it rains, they will rain out. And so it sort of improves air quality, and the effects are fairly short term compared to something like carbon dioxide, which stays in the atmosphere for a really long time. I don't know if that was the answer you were looking for.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think it's that depth of understanding and the kind of the intricate system and how it all plays together is really important. And great understanding and kind of a good explanation of what you could explain while on the commission. Thank you.
Yeah, it's definitely important to be able to hopefully explain that to people who are not experts in this field.
Thank you. Next up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
I thought your response to Councilmember Cisneros actually really hit the mark for me, because it really comes down to, here we've got all this great science and we can produce lots of papers that tell people what the issue is. But at the end of the day, what we're really dealing with is behavioral change, human behavioral change, and change to what people perceive to be harder, whether or not it actually is or more expensive or whatever. But it's, you know, we have at the local level, switching to the food scrap program was the most specific change of people's inability, that behavioral change that people had to go through for what is actually a fantastic program in all respects of what it does. So I actually don't have a question in all that, other than, you know, I think you're grokking on what these, you know, the science that says here, this is what needs to be done, and how we deal with the much more difficult problem of behavior change and getting people to do things differently. So yeah, I have no question with that, but thank you very much for your answers you gave to everybody else.
Thanks. And yeah, we can't science it, people. Like we can do all the studies we can, but at this point we know what we need to do, and it's more a psychology problem than a physical problem. And yeah, I do wish we had food scrap recycling in apartments though, because I got work on the balcony, but I know
it's coming.
So
it's
cool.
coming.
Excellent.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Hi, nice to meet you over Zoom. And thank you for being here this evening and joining us. And I really agree with your approach that we want to make the default choice the better option. I've been through the city working on water policy for a few years, and I've heard from a number of people in the water arena that they've really come to believe that more water efficient fixtures is the best way to go. That's much easier than trying to change individuals' behavior person by person. That if you can actually get good fixtures and make those the standard, and then even if people are distracted and thinking about something else, they're still saving water. And I think that just applies to so many aspects of addressing climate change. Mm-hmm. I also appreciated your answer about reducing emissions in older buildings and for rentals, that just your appreciation of the nuances and the challenges to that. There are no easy answers, but you have a good grasp of what the different considerations are there. So I don't have any questions either. You really answered my questions already. So thank you.
Cool.
Thank you. And finally, Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, hey, Christina, I'm with my colleagues. I think you're doing a great job tonight. And I'll say sometimes a real X factor for me on sustainability or BPAC commissions is a scientific background, where you really need to have that focus on facts, test out hypotheses, try and come up to conclusions. So I'm tracking where you're coming from on sustainability. What sort of sciencey type things would you want to bring to the table for BPAC if you were appointed to the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Commission?
Yeah. Well, what would I want to do for sciencey? I would like to, I mean, maybe we could do some surveys to, so for the BPAC, you didn't ask me anything about that, but what I would really like to see for BPAC is how we can work more with other cities, because Sunnyvale, there are some places where I would recommend that we have better bike lane, or any bike lane, or fix the potholes. But especially if we're trying to encourage people to do bicycling for their commutes, it's almost certainly not going to be just in Sunnyvale. So how do we work with Mountain View and work up to Milpitas and try to get a sort of system where you can get from one place to the other? And so how would people want to go there? Where would people want to go if the infrastructure presented itself. And how can we balance that, the people who would bike if only there was a way to bike, with the people who are gonna bike anyway and are kind of like muddling through however they can, and what would be the optimal way to do it. I assume a survey would probably be the first part there, to try to figure out where people are coming from and where they would want to go, and how we can work with other localities to sort of make that happen in sort of a bigger picture, coherent way. Like even Maud is one example that comes to mind. Maud in the Sunnyvale side, where now there's a bike lane, like a semi-protected, like segregated, it's got a little separation. But then you go into the Mountain View side and there's a giant pothole and you got to go under the freeway and there's kind of not a bike lane there. And it's just not very coherent. So I would like to get a better idea how we could encourage people, because you're not only going to get the sustainability people, you're going to get the athletic people who live in California and like to get their exercise in. So I think there's ways that we could do it there. Or maybe those studies.
Excellent, Christina. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you.
So thank you, Christina. We have a few minutes left. So if you have a question for council, be free to ask. It's up to you.
Yeah. So what I guess are you all hoping to get from the members of the Sustainability Commission? Are you looking for specific actions for how to do the climate action playbook, or just completely new ideas, or bringing in ideas that other people have or other localities have introduced? Or
so at least from my standpoint, and I'm sure every council member here would give a slightly different answer, but at least from my standpoint, I'm looking for kind of a diverse set of backgrounds and beliefs and understandings, and each commissioner bringing a slightly different perspective of different interests or different skills, different abilities, and then it is coming up with new ideas, as well as a lot of what those commission does is education and outreach within our community. Figuring out the sustainability speaker series, helping staff as well as council members making recommendations on new directions, new targets, helping craft the ever-changing, let's say, goals of that climate action playbook, and figuring out, this needs to be sped up, or this has a higher priority. There's that to me is one of the best things from getting from that commission, a different group of people with all different interests and different skills, and especially different levels of education.
Yeah, it's definitely great to have a diversity of views in that whole thing. Shameless plug for How to Save a Planet podcast. They have like calls to action at the end, and a lot of that is really interesting.
Oh yeah, I
Would
like
get
that.
any supermarkets around here to not use HFCs, but it looks like the EPA is finally going to regulate that, so that'll be cool.
So I'll add on to what Larry was saying. What I'm looking for is somebody who can represent the 155,000 people in the city that don't come to these meetings, right? Board and commission meetings, if they've got 10 members of the public plus the commission people, that's a big meeting. And so, I look to see that whoever the board and commissioners are is to bring not only just their own view, but the view they get by being members of the community. So that's that additional voice and perspective that comes into whatever the decisions are ultimately that gets made.
Right.
Okay. And so, Christina, thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you for answering our questions. A final decision will be made by City Council on May 25th, and then the city clerk will contact you after that meeting to inform you of the final outcome. So thanks for being here, and
Great.
have a
Thanks.
good evening.
Have a great night, everybody.
Night. City
Mr. Mayor,
clerk.
I got off the phone with the next applicant who's joining shortly. I don't know if you want to wait a minute or two. The subsequent applicant, Matt, is already on.
Why don't we go ahead to the following applicant, Matt?
Okay. So Matt, we're going to promote you to panelist so you can begin your interview a little early. and I'm not seeing Matt. Oh, there we go.
I see that I have to click a couple of things. I did. I think I'm good.
Hi, Matt.
Hello.
Thanks for being here.
My pleasure. It's good to be here. I was looking forward to it.
Good. So I'm Sunnyvale Mayor Larry Klein. Let me take a moment to explain the process to you. Each council member will have an opportunity to ask you a question, and then the interview is scheduled for about 15 minutes. So please keep that in mind when you're creating your answers. And first up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Hello.
Hi there. Hi, Matt. It's really great to meet you over Zoom. Thank you so much for applying. And
it is my pleasure.
Yes, I really appreciated reading your application, hearing some of your thoughts, and I particularly appreciate how you've really gone above and beyond and already observed our meetings and really kind of gotten a sense of what they're about, and you gave some really good feedback. So first, I wanted to thank you for that. And then to ask you, were there any bright spots or opportunities that you see for growth that are already working well, but could work even better?
I think there's always an opportunity. You know, I see a city like a living thing, right? You're either developing, you're growing, you're improving, or you're going backwards, you know? And so there are so many complex issues, whether you're looking at from the societal part of it, whether you're looking at from an equity point of view. And earlier, I joined in a few minutes earlier, and Larry was saying, you know, pardon me, it was Glenn who was saying that, how do we get everybody in it? How do we get everybody, you know, represented? So that's really one of the things that I try to do is look at the entire focus. Where are we can do better? From a sustainability issue, I think it's just a matter of keeping the city vital, relevant, and make sure that it represents and serves the community. And it has a short-term and a long-term. Sustainability is not just looking at 10 years from now, although this city has done some tremendous planning. I know that other cities have come to Sunnyvale to learn from Sunnyvale. So it has a long tradition to manage its finances and its affairs on a long-term basis. So yes, there are a lot. I mean, I articulate some of them in my application. And I also want to tell you is that my daughter is my teacher also. She's into the, representation, equity. She works along those lines, and I had long discussions. So I had cheated a little bit. Half of it is mine, half of it is hers, but I adopted all of them.
Well, I think that's always a really smart move to learn from one another's family members.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for sharing and really appreciate your answers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. And, thanks for applying. I did have a question, so you talked about your company Applied Isotope and supporting, protecting the environment and health and well-being of our inhabitants. So I'm very interested to find out, what your company does and kind of how that relates, of course, to Sustainability Commission.
I couldn't have another hour, would I?
No, I don't think so. Not tonight.
I'll shrink it into a few minutes. What is that in you earlier interviewer, you were talking about the science. I was involved in the science part of it. My focus in that company all of my career is to get better measurement. Without measurement, you cannot react. So we help EPA with technologies and methods with my colleagues. I work with a lot of great scientists. And actually, in many, many cases where EPA was losing court cases because of lack of accuracy and precision, we have helped EPA to actually win cases. And one of them, you may or may not know, was one of the worst environmental pollution case in New Jersey, hexavalent chromium from chromium processing. And it contaminated many, 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 many counties and cities. And so after 20 years, They asked us to come in and give them better tools and methods. And so that's one of them. And in California, we have done a very similar thing with along with the Prop 65 enforcement in dietary supplements. I don't know if you're aware of it, but Congress is finally picking up the action. These dietary supplements are full of a lot of bad stuff. It's unregulated. And we basically looked at the off-the-shelf dietary supplements for women and children, looked at the contaminants and all the different pollutants, and found out the bad actors, the worst ones, and helped them enforce California Prop 65 regulation. So there's a whole host of other things that we've done also in Canada, in Europe, that sort of thing. We helped EPA do better, local governments do better, and there's a whole lot of other things we do in our space.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And next up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for applying to the different boards and commissions. If you get on any of the boards and commissions, if we look out 12 or 24 months, how would you look at and how would you do like a self-evaluation of what would you be looking at to see if you were successful or not? Not if the board or commission was successful, but how your participation in the board and commission would be successful.
Well, I would evaluate my performance on that board is, am I bringing new ideas? Am I understanding the issue? It starts with understanding the issue, right? That's the main thing. If I'm understanding the issue, and if I'm bringing ideas and I am communicating well with others and working towards the solutions and also strategies, if I usually work in milestones. I have worked all of my life. I was a product manager, project leader, I believe in milestones. I would set myself milestones, and the criteria is analysis, synthesis, and help make decisions with creative ideas, new ideas, hopefully.
Okay, great. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Glenn.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Hi, thanks for applying, and nice to meet you this evening.
Nice to meet you.
So I'm sure you've been part of many groups, organizations, committees, and so on. And each person brings something different to the table.
Right.
How would people describe what you generally bring to the table to any group that you're part of and your style?
My style is, I believe in inclusion. I believe in participation. And they will see me as, hopefully, a thoughtful, analytical person who is able to express his ideas and try to work with other people's ideas and meld things together. And all of my life, well, not my life, but all of my career, industrial career, I had an academic career as well. This is what I've done, essentially. Engineers, chemists, software engineers, talking to all of these people, putting it together requires that kind of skill set. And I have very well-developed home skill sets in those areas. So that's how I would approach, and that's how I would evaluate myself.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Hello.
Hey, Matt, thanks so much for applying and learning a lot just with this conversation. I'm gonna need you to email me of what dietary supplements I shouldn't be taking, because I'm trying to gain weight and get buff. But I really appreciated reading your application, and I really like the points on all the parts for sustainability and planning. But I wanted to focus on planning for a little bit, which is, you talked a lot about housing and affordability percentages. Have you looked at all at our housing strategy or our inclusionary housing ordinance or anything like that, or just what's your knowledge of how the city actually incentivizes housing development?
I admit that I haven't. I ran into the application on the last day saying the time is passing, and I was thinking about it. So I'm a fast learner. I would be learning about all of those. I believe that the first month that I will spend on the board is going to be a lot of reading. And I certainly would welcome anything that you can throw at me to read. I will certainly read it.
Wow. I'm sure it'll fit in your library back there.
Yeah, I like reading. I still believe in, flipping the pages. I am very committed to doing this. I have time. for the first time in my life. And I hope that I will use that time to serve the city that served me so well. We're both immigrants. My wife and I raised 2 kids. They're doing well. They went to good colleges. I believe in public school. They went to Fremont High School. One of them went to Berkeley, the other one to Stanford, and bankrupted the bank. That's why I work still at my age. And so I'd love to give something back. If this is the way to do it, great. If not, I'll look for other opportunities.
Well, very much appreciate your interest, and I'm sure Little Big Games were very fun for your daughters. So thank you so much for applying.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Matt. Do you have any questions for us? We have a few minutes left.
Well, I really don't. What I would like to say is that I understand, and I reached out to Glenn just to pick his brains and said, look, I'm going to go for this if you have a minute. And lo and behold, he had to, he called me back in within 5 minutes. I wasn't even prepared. And I had a very nice discussion. So he asked me the question, have you ever attended a meeting? And I did not recently, but I think I was getting into the Moffett Field Planning Commission at the time. I attended many meetings, and I do understand. And if for some reason that becomes the fact that I haven't really read a lot about the current policies and not having attended the meeting, so be it. I would still like to serve the city. Please let me know how I can help you all.
And I really appreciate that. Definitely there are a lot of people applying for our boards and commissions this cycle. And so it is going to be very competitive and not really knowing how that vote will come out. But I really appreciate, you wanting to give back to our community. So there are lots of opportunities, on our boards and commissions, as well as other ways within the city. So thank you for that. And just because you don't get appointed, or anyone doesn't get appointed, you can still attend these meetings. And I think that has just as much value, because especially the Sustainability Commission, it's educating, it's new ideas coming from residents. The same thing as council meetings is people bringing new ideas to us. And a lot of times that kicks off new efforts completely from the city. So thank you for that. And thank you for your interest and your commitment.
Thank you. I will do so. I've been rejected before. If you do, it won't break my heart. You will still see me around. Thank you very much for your time.
Not a problem. I was rejected from my first board and commission application, and a few years later finally got through. So thank you. Thank you for applying. And just to kind of go through the process, a final decision will be made on May 25th, and then the city clerk will contact you after that to inform you the final outcome. So
thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for being here. Thanks. Have a good evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. City Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Sudeshna has joined. We'll promote her up for her interview with you.
Okay.
Council.
Hello.
Hello, Sudeshna.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great.
Thanks for being here. My name's Larry Klein. I'm mayor for the city. And let me take a moment to explain the process. Each council member will have an opportunity to speak and ask you a question. And then this interview is scheduled for 15 minutes. So please keep that in mind as you're forming your questions. Let's see. First up is myself. And so let me go through, sorry, wrong page. So as far as your interest in the Sustainability Commission, correct? No. Yeah. Yes. Well, that's one of several that you're interested in. I just want to thank you for making that application. Have you read the Climate Action Playbook, and were you part of that process in any way as far as it was being formed?
No, I was not part of it at all, but I was aware of it because I think I spoke to some of the people from time to time, some of the city officials who were closely involved with it. And also I have been quite involved with Silicon Valley Clean Energy. So I am pretty much aware of it, but not to a great detail, that I would have to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Hello, thank you for applying the different boards and commissions. I see that you have clicked on the Board of Building Code appeals. What is it that appeals to you about that, and why you think you'd be a good person there?
Sure. So I have, as part of my work, I did extensive work on buildings, and especially bringing buildings up to a whole new level. So it's using buildings as resources for climate change, and using the whole buildings as resources as they can produce and store energy. So it's a whole new paradigm to look at it. So in that respect, the basic step was to look at, what are the codes that are there, and what can be the codes in future. And then, of course, technology innovation and so on. So right now, the task is to bring all the buildings to a basic code and beyond it. So that's where my interest lies, to have the impact in the whole building, the built environment, basically.
Okay, well, the reason I asked about that is that that's a board and commission that doesn't meet very frequently, and it's the only board and commission that you're allowed to be on and be on something else. So that's why I wanted to understand what your perspective was. So thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Nice to meet you, and thank you for joining us tonight. And I'm intrigued by your work on buildings, producing and storing energy, and the policies there. So I guess I was wondering, is that just new construction, or is it also existing buildings? And what are some of the really interesting problems or challenges that we need to face there?
So I have worked on building retrofits as well as new buildings. And retrofits are, of course, the biggest challenges that are there. And to bring them to the level that they are resources will take more time, because there are a lot of other issues within them. But they could be used with behind the meter technologies, say coupling them with more energy efficient and devices to begin with, that talk with each other, and then optimize the system for the whole building. And then connecting them to the solar grid, so that they kind of interact and attribute and take the energy when it's required and give back when it's not. So that's a whole different paradigm. But to begin with, of course, retrofits are the most challenging ones. Newer, there can be a lot done, and the new buildings, I mean.
Okay, yeah, and retrofits, as you said, it's a much bigger challenge. It's also a big opportunity, because I think there are going to be so many buildings that are going to be retrofitted long before they get rebuilt.
And there are some new companies coming up which can address some of the bottlenecks, I would say. So that's one thing I think I am aware of, is like, where are the bottlenecks for bringing up some of the buildings to the next California's big bold goals. So I have actually worked with Energy Commission on these kind of projects.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Yeah, hi, Doctor. Really appreciate you applying, and just wanted to, again, pick your brain. Other than retrofitting, what's going on at the state level, or in your day job? It seems like you work a lot with policy, and just what's going on that interests you on a level bigger than the city, that the city might be interested in working on.
Sure, that's a great question. One of them, actually, I'm working right now, is climate resiliency. That goes beyond clean energy. And, with the rolling blackouts and wildfire, how can communities and smaller cities prepare for that? I'm trying to get together a panel in a couple of weeks to discuss on that, and maybe I'll write a paper on that, and maybe I'll be able to discuss with you guys. That is one, and the other one is equity, climate justice. That is a big factor and often gets overlooked. And I think that's that's where even where the innovation starts, and how we can bring more comfort to lower income communities. So that's another aspect.
Great. And just really quick, what is your day job? I was just trying to figure it out for the question that you answered on the last occupation question.
So I worked a lot on research, development, and demonstration at Electric Power Research Institute.
Oh, I see.
11 years, yeah. And recently I'm doing more of consulting with another incubator that, and I advise DOE focused companies, DOE funded companies, and also with UT Austin. So those are basically.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Hello, Doctor. It's really nice to meet you here, and thank you so much for applying. Really glad that you did. I noticed here that you kind of talk about working with a large number of stakeholders and being able to communicate and interact effectively with a large variety of stakeholders in the city is really an important skill. So I'm glad you mentioned that. But are there any tips and tricks to dealing with a very diverse group around one issue that you can share with us?
In general, I would say when we are all getting together, when things get heated, always to come back to the basics about like why we are here. We all care about a common goal that goes beyond our personal viewpoints. So I think bringing that and inspiring the whole group to work towards the final result, and going beyond the small details to which are stopping a particular group or particular person is where I think brings some amount of, I would say, unity towards achieving a goal.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you have any questions of us? You have a few minutes left.
Yeah. So I just wanted to hear about, what are the next steps beyond the playbook? Is that what's being decided, or going forward, or that's something that's going to be charted?
So, the Climate Action Playbook was several plays so on a yearly basis, and it's kind of, 1 year, 2 year, 3 years is kind of our first goal to make sure that as we're implementing, and it's a multitude of different topics, different ways that we can help the climate, change people's, educate people, change people's habits. And so that goes from one of the things we talked about earlier, multi-family food cycle to, EV infrastructure. So we're adding, EV charging stations at the parking lots downtown and at the community center. So there's a lot of different plays, and those plays are spread over kind of a time period, and then with different milestones in that area. And then as part of that commission to keep reevaluating the order of those plays and figuring out from a staff standpoint how well we're meeting our targets. And so it's a mixture of that, but that's that's our next effort, and it's kind of a yearly, okay, what are we doing in meeting our goals? What do we need to do next year? It is such a multitude of different solutions to deal with such a big problem. And so it's what are we going to do on the ground first? And that's always the issue. There's so many good ideas, and it's dealing with the restrictions of money and then prioritization.
Sure. Thank you.
And if I could add to that, the city also partners with Silicon Valley Clean Energy, and that's a really important partner for us. And they're developing a number of programs regionally. They may be on slightly different schedule than our climate action playbook, but they're able to, leverage get a number of communities working together at the same time. So there are, you may be familiar, a number of programs that they're already working on rolling out. That's a very important partnership for us.
Got it.
Yeah, and to add to your other part of your question, which was what else is being done besides the CAP, is you can look up every commission's work plan. If you just Google Sunnyvale City Commission and you go to whether it's the Bicycle Commission, Sustainability Commission, et cetera, there'll be a section at the bottom of that says work plan, and then you can click on 2021 and you can see everything that they're working on. And so, like you were mentioning resilience, like microgrids and things like that. Moffett Park is on, I think, the Sustainability Commission's work plan, and we're currently talking about Moffett Park and an Eco Innovation District. So you can see the entire work plan. It won't tell you the description, but then from there you can reference that and figure out through the city's website what that's talking about.
Great. So I see I applied also for bicycle and building because I feel like those are all interconnected. Because the last mile problem is a big issue, especially for Sunnyvale, because there are a lot of companies and a lot of people drive in, and then there are schools, and I am a mom, and I see so many people. I have to drive because it's not safe yet. So I feel that kind of connects to the issue of how much emissions the city is generating and how can we reduce apart from the building. So that was another reason I'm super interested in the bicycle part of it as well.
Absolutely. And that is absolutely true. One of the things that we approved last year was the active transportation plan, and it kind of goes hand in hand with the climate action playbook. It's figuring out what, Vision Zero and what bicycle infrastructure we can do to make biking safer and kind of change that active transportation mode within our residents, as well as people coming into our city to try to deal with, biking and public transportation as much as possible. Okay. So thank you again for applying and being part of this process. Ultimately, we'll be making our final decision on our meeting of May 25th, and then the city clerk will be contacting you after that meeting to inform you the final outcome.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here.
Bye.
Have a good evening.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, Arwen Dave is your next applicant, and she is being promoted to panelist.
Hello, Arwen. Don't hear you.
Unmuted. There. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Thanks for joining us, and thanks for reapplying to be, back on this commission. I appreciate that. It is, it's always good to see commissioners coming back and wanting to be part of the process and continue on their board. So thank you for that. So this process already, but just to remind you, each of the council members will get a chance to ask you a question, and we have about 15 minutes, although you are our last candidate. So you could go for hours if you really want to answer our questions. And first up, we have Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Yeah, great. Thank you for the service you've already been doing to the city. Thank you for reapplying. I actually don't have any questions about that, but I do have one very important question for you. Where does the rope bridge go to?
I found out it's in Thailand.
Okay.
It's a real picture on my wall.
Oh, okay.
I got it as a photograph, and I didn't realize. I thought it was South America for the longest time, and it's Thailand.
It's great looking. It's very inspiring for going forward. So, but thank you for everything you've been doing, and I appreciate your coming back and trying to be on the BPAC. So thank you.
Well, thanks. Yeah, my kids convinced me to try again. So
smart kids.
Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your service on BPAC. now that you've been on BPAC and you know what the work is really like, inevitably it's different than, or often it's different than what you may have thought going in. So I'm curious how your understanding of the BPAC has changed now that you're on it, and what you might tell someone new who is interested in BPAC.
So what surprised me is that to implement a change takes an average of 2 years for a study, and the length that I would serve on a board for BPAC would be 2 years also. So ideas that you come up with, you may not get to see them through unless you reapply. So I'm hoping that I'll get to see more things come to fruition by trying to see them through for multiple, I should say at least 2 tenures, to see an idea go to fruition. I'm also here to represent the exhausted mom contingent. I understand from the latest census that there was about 50% of moms in Sunnyvale are also working full-time. And having gone through this last year from home with the kids, it's been very challenging to come back with a BPAC, but I'm looking to the future and for when we're all biking to work again. And I would like to bring the expertise I now have of walking Sunnyvale to the BPAC as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your willingness to stick with it and serve again. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Melton.
Hi, Arwen. It's Russ. It's nice to see you. And thank you so much for applying for another term on the BPAC. You've been doing a great job. I'm perfectly fine with your application. I remember when you applied before, my question to you was, tell me a little bit about the work that you do at NASA. And you gave a great explanation of your lunar science, and just what's the latest? What are you up to? And what interesting stories do you have from science that you could briefly share?
Right now, I'm helping with an instrument that's going to the moon to help detect water below the surface. And that there's like 3 versions of it going one after another if we really do achieve these 2 landings per year as predicted. So it's very exciting to be on this fast-paced lunar destination after years where it was the slow, careful method. Now it's the fast, let's get it done method. And the cool part of this instrument is they're also thinking to incorporate it into a drill, so it can, instead of having to bring sample up to an instrument, as we mostly do, we bring the instrument down to the sample. So that's the latest. I would love to, I could go on about more projects, but I better not. I know it's late and you guys have been doing this forever. So.
Always great to hear what you're working on, Arwen. Thank you for sharing.
No, you're welcome.
Thank you. Next up, Councilmember Fong.
Yeah, hi, Arwen. Thank you for reapplying. Thank you for your service. Just wanted to follow up kind of on Councilmember Larson's question of, what it's great to hear what you think is different now. Where do you see the commission going in the next 4 years in terms of policy issues? What's something that interests you that you would really like to at least work on? If not, it doesn't get done during the second term, but what is something that you would like to personally work on?
Well, I enjoyed the slow streets that we were having at the beginning of the pandemic. And I'm wondering if we can retain a few strategic areas like that for people to enjoy in their neighborhoods. So I'm hoping to find a way to get community input, get community interest in the input, and take lessons from Mountain View and other nearby cities of how they've done that, and see, come on, Sunnyvale, let's do it too.
Great, thank you for that preview. We'll look forward to seeing what that looks like. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Yes, thank you. Hi, Arwen. It's great to meet you over Zoom. And I really appreciate your work, like my colleagues do, already serving. It's great that you're throwing your hat back in the ring. We have lots of people applying for the boards and commissions. It's always a pleasure to see somebody who really wants to continue on with their work. You mentioned that you're now a pedestrian through no fault of your own and getting that new perspective. And I was wondering, what are some things that we can do to improve pedestrian infrastructure in Sunnyvale?
There's a lot of areas where the sidewalk ends. And I know that many people have done great work in identifying where these are and suggesting they get connected to the rest of the sidewalks. I can't say that I have new ideas on it yet. I've just now experienced it. And I have more respect than I did from the bicycle seat. And I will be happy to, to help the sidewalks come together.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. And also, if there's another mom and representing on the BPAC, I'd be happy to pass the baton. So
yes, another member just like us of the overwhelmed mom contingent. So got you there. They can join our club, but that would be great.
Thank you. And so a quick question. So you talked about where the sidewalks end, and I am interested. I see that you're living near Washington Park, and so just trying to get a better idea of that area. So definitely during COVID, I've been running the city pretty much north, south, east, west. So I've covered quite a bit of the city, and seeing, at least as far as downtown, I thought things were fairly well. And so I'm interested in where you've seen issues, if you can.
Well, a small one is coming along Matilda toward the overpass over the railroad tracks when you're coming south. If you want to go under the tracks or under the overpass to the right, it's sort of there's a dirt path through the ivy for a little stretch, and maybe just a little ramp or stairs.
No, it makes total sense. Just wondering, because definitely, and that's one of the things that being a pedestrian and I'm happy to hear that you're getting that view, because too often, and not as a knock, but quite often our BPAC is very focused on the bicycle portion. And I do think that sometimes the pedestrians get a little left behind, but I do appreciate that you're focusing on that perspective and bringing that to the commission. So, and so with that, let's go ahead and wrap up. I just want to thank you for reapplying. Thank you for your service to our city. It is really important. These boards and commissions are critical to the operation of what staff does, what our council does, and making local decisions and making recommendations and educating our public. So thank you for that. A final decision will be made by City Council on May 25th, and the city clerk will then contact you after that meeting to inform you of that final outcome. So thank you for being here. Thanks for staying up late.
Oh, and thank you guys. So either I get more bikes or more rest. It's a win-win. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we will move to adjournment. This meeting will be adjourned at 10:23. I just want to thank all those applicants that joined us this evening. And I want to thank, all council for being engaged, asking questions, and of course, our city clerk for keeping things running smoothly in the background. So thank you, David. And so with that, everyone have a good evening. Good night.